Viewers and friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much for joining us for the third and final day of our Crew Welfare Week event. We hope you found the presentations, the best practices, the discussion so far insightful and valuable, and we're excited to share what's in store for the day. Before we begin, a quick note. At Safety for Sea, we are running several initiatives focused on crew welfare. One of the most important is the Seafit Crew Survey, proudly supported by the North Standard. It's the largest survey of its kind globally, and your participation will help set a new benchmark for crew welfare across the industry. The results will be announced by the end of Q3, so don't miss the chance to make your voice heard. We also invite you to sign the Safety for Sea petition, advocating for free and high-quality internet access on board all ships, an essential step towards improving life at sea. Today's session will feature expert insights on seafarer health and soft skills, concluding with a dedicated panel discussion on women in maritime. With that, let's get started and dive into today's program. Trust you enjoy for the sessions and looking forward discussing by the end of the day.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's discussion on seafarer health. Seafarers are the backbone of maritime operations and global trade, but considering the many challenges they face on board, for example due to the long periods of duty at sea, the heavy workloads and the restricted medical access on board, the health is challenged in ways that are complex and unique. Today's discussion centers on the idea that health at sea is not the individual's responsibility, but it's a collective, proactive effort across all maritime stakeholders. We are fortunate to be joined by a panel of experts that will bring insights into how the industry is responding and how can we move forward. To begin, I would like to invite each of our panelists to introduce themselves to the audience and briefly share how the organization contributes to the health and well-being of seafarers. We would love to hear a few words about your background and your connection to crew welfare. So, in alphabetical order, let's start with Joseph Pasrilla. Joseph?
Hi, good afternoon all. My name is Yogesh. I'm heading the crewing and training department for Volum Group. Volum is a 122 years old company. So there's a lot of legacy, but we're still learning and emerging as the industry does. I've been an ex-seafarer and I'm 25 years in shipping now. Last 11 years focusing on crewing and training. Last few years, I've engaged in several forums and through IMEC. I'm in the IMEC Recruitment Training Committee. So I got exposure to the few industry initiatives as well for well-being, for welfare. To begin with, in Volum, we have various initiatives. We have wellness champions on board. We have wellness champions ashore. We partner with International SOS, focusing on the mental well-being and the physical well-being for seafarers on board. We have some welfare initiatives, some of them calling Women of Volum. Women of Volum is basically a group of females who are seafarers' wives and female seafarers who do the welfare support activities for seafarers and their families ashore, which is funded by Volum. Through IMEC, we support a lot of committees and forums wherein welfare initiatives are involved, including DEI.
Thank you. Matthias.
Yeah, hello. I am Matthias Restau. I am the Secretary General of the Deutsche Seemannsmission, the German Seafarers Mission. So we are a seafarers charity from Germany, but working worldwide with port chaplains at the port, with seafarers hotels, with seafarers lounges for crew from cruise ships, and also with crisis intervention. So our staff see about 150,000 seafarers. Of course, we are mostly focused on mental health with counseling and pastoral care and also helping with practical things. But we are also helping seafarers in situations where they are in hospital, which is quite important because when the ship is going further, sometimes somebody from the agency is coming from time to time. We are going there to visit the seafarers in hospital and do this continuous care when the ship has gone away, that they still have somebody. We offer mental health care also online via online chat, and we have a special big team of 40 trained staff for crisis intervention after traumatic incidents. So we are not health professionals, but we are giving support for mental health and also the physical health of seafarers, and see a lot also what is happening in hospitals and medical centers.
Peter. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Peter Schellenberger, Nova Maxis. I have a history as a ship chandler and many years as a ship manager in supply chain and services. So where I came across crew-related matters all the time. For the past 2 years, I've engaged a lot in terms of forward-looking services, especially with a digital background that will also benefit seafarers. The ESG agenda has helped this a lot, supporting a lot of the activities that sea level is now willing to do. I also look very carefully into how does technology and connectivity enable better well-being on board. I am involved in a lot of panel discussions. So I'll be moderating the AI panel at Crew Connect in Manila and so on. So it's always a bit tech related. At the same time, I'm also trying to give back a little bit because I was fortunate in my life. So I've just adopted a digital ambassador role for the Mission to Seafarers, so that this good work, similar to Deutsche Seemannsmission, will be supported. In principle, I feel, especially when you read reports like the Seafarer Happiness Index, that there's still a lot of open issues in terms of well-being, physical and mental, and also working conditions. And there's a lot of blatant areas that are coming to mind, such as 12% of the vessels do not have an internet connection yet. So disabling a lot of services, and also that a lot of caretaking is not working fine. We'll dive deep on that later.
We are looking forward to discuss all these topics in our panel. So, Jens?
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Jens Tülsner. I'm a medical doctor with a long years background in emergency medicine and intensive care and anesthesia. And I'm currently the CEO of Marine Medical Solutions. And what we do is we care for crew let's say, if there's any medical issue for the whole pathway, let's say this way, that we support seafarers in their health issues from the moment they decide to go on board to the moment they are returning home. And in the best, indeed, they come home healthy and safety. And we as MMS stand for an holistic approach, so we don't necessarily divide between the physical and the mental health. To us, health by WHO definition is one topic, and we, latest by our integration into the 1K group, we holistically support seafarers for every aspect of health, and so we do for the shipping companies. To keep it short, we will dive deeper later.
Okay, thank you, James. And Sandra?
Morning, everybody. My name is Sandra Welsh. I'm the Chief Exec of the Seafarers Hospital Society. And the Seafarers Hospital Society is an old established charity. We've been working in the health space for seafarers for over 204 years now. And our aim really is a preventative approach to keep seafarers fit and healthy while working at sea, but also as they're at home and then into retirement as well. So it's very important to raise awareness of seafarers' health. We provide a number of kind of practical support to seafarers in terms of fast-track physiotherapy, mental health support, a really good feminine hygiene project to support women seafarers. And I've been working in this space for about 11 years, and I'm excited about the developments I see, but I also look forward to kind of dealing with challenges and the problems that seafarers still face, and hopefully one day coming to a point where we can actually find solutions, so we won't be having to have these debates. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sandra. Now, to set the stage, let's begin by understanding where we currently stand when it comes to seafarer health. So, could you provide an overview of the current health status among seafarers? What positive changes have we seen in recent years, and which areas still require improvement? We'll start with Matthias. Matthias, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Last week I've been able to attend the International Symposium on Maritime Health, and it was quite interesting for me also to see the different numbers, observations, and I think that sometimes the data is a little bit unclear, because when I hear about reasons for repatriating seafarers, I believe that I know that sometimes the reason is not the reason that will be given. So I've seen cases where seafarers had mental problems, or where there were problems with bullying and harassment and something like that, and what the doctor put there was back pain, because that was the way to get the seafarer home. So we have to be careful with these data, which are just on the superficial level. And I'm observing a contrasting trend since the pandemic, because I think that since the pandemic, many shipping companies have understood that seafarers are key workers, not only for the society, but of course also for them, and have improved the situation for seafarers. So better internet on board, but also a better focus on mental health and physical health of the seafarers. But on the other side, in quite a lot of ports around the world, shore leave has become more difficult. And shore leave is essential for the physical and mental health of seafarers. But there are really too many ports where shore leave is difficult. And then there's attention needed for the problems of fatigue, for mental health, and also for the data protection when seafarers see a doctor.
Thank you, Matthias. And Peter?
Yeah, very interesting topic. I think we are seeing some movement, however, we have to put that into perspective. When you look at the addressable fleets, I would say that only 20 to 30% of them are trying to be really forthcoming and reliant and compliant. I still do see a vast majority of owners and managers that have only lowest necessary standards and minimum amount spent. So while it's very commendable that the leading companies in maritime are making a serious effort and that we see progress, I think the overall situation is still quite deplorable. If you, for example, just have that taste in your mouth when you hear that 50% of the work and rest hour data is falsified, 80% of that on the instruction of the owners or managers in order to be compliant with regulations, then you can see that, for example, what you mentioned, Matthias, fatigue, that way cannot be solved. For me, the main issue here is that there has to be a total mindset change from the almost free of charge emergency critical response to a predictive overall health initiative. And that is something that we promote and want to achieve across the industry. What that basically means is like with your car, if you never put any maintenance in, sometimes the whole engine will fail. So only if you have regular maintenance, that would mean you have a continuous good operation. So why would that not be different with a human asset? That is the big question to me.
Thank you, Peter. Dr. Jens, what is the current health status?
Thanks for both Matthias and Peter to what they have all mentioned right away. Let's start with the good news. From my point of view, 2 points are to be mentioned. The first one is the seafarers are probably one of the best checked populations on Earth due to the PMEs. And the second is that indeed, by pandemic and technical developments, the access, vice versa, from the seafarer to medical staff and the other way around, is improving. But I definitely see a but. And that means exactly how these available options are brought into place. And that when you compare the discussions in the health sector between shoreside and shipside, then you have the demand of high engagement, self-engagement of the patients into their own health path. You have a direction of very much responsibility into the construction of the working environment, which is requested from shoreside employers. And I think there's still a big gap for points Matthias and Peter have already mentioned, and I would easily add some of them, where the working environment for the seafarers not only could but should be improved. And actually, I see a trend that even with the shift of generations, the demands of individual seafarers and their expectations towards their employer of what work environment, healthcare they offer is extremely raising. And there are lots of potentials, even some are very easy to be implemented.
Thank you, James. And Sandra.
Yeah, thank you very much for all of your contributions. And so what I will kind of pick up is that I think that there are always going to be challenges to maintaining good health for seafarers, just due to the nature of their work. It's really physically demanding and it's mentally demanding. I see really a number of good practices in place now, lots of new health and wellbeing initiatives. And I think, unfortunately, that just depends on the ship owner and the ship operator. And what we'd like to see, obviously, is this across the whole sector. So it's a case really of trying to make sure that those who are doing really well kind of have influence right across the sector, because I think that's when we will see real change. But for me, there are some concerning things, especially with kind of enclosed space accidents. I see there are a concerning number of fatalities in enclosed spaces, this is despite the industry's best efforts to do something about that. So for me, that's a really concerning thing. And also the issue that Matthias raised regarding shore leave. Shore leave is really, really important for people to actually have a good balanced work-life balance, particularly when their life and their work is all revolved around working at sea. They don't have the option just to pop off the ship and get a Starbucks coffee if they fancy it and they've had enough of the people that they're working with, or it's too pressured or too stressful. So that shore leave is absolutely vital to ensuring and maintaining good physical and good mental health. And the other thing that I think is important is looking after seafarers' musculoskeletal health. This has an impact on their bodies physically, but also on their bodies mentally. And so it's really important that we get a good work-life balance. Thanks, Sandra.
Thanks, Sandra. And the Yogis?
Thank you. So I'd like to touch base on what Peter mentioned about the happiness index. So Volum did participate in the recent one in Q1 survey. And the outcome I just want to share quickly. The positives were the teamwork, travel, the passion to work, financial support, and the physical activities. However, the pain points are family separation, workload and stress, which we all know is increasing day by day, the food quality, the shore leave, which is coming up in several forums, but I'm sure the ITF and MLC is going to attend to it, and training and development. Now, talking about the industry overview, what the statistics we have gone through in past few months and years is majority of the issues reported are contagious diseases. And then as mentioned by Sandra, on muscle, ligaments, joints, then not very often, but skin issues are coming up as well. Talking about injuries is mostly coming from the engine room, for the engineers. Then, as per reports, about 15% of shoreside evaluation is just because of dental issues. So we are increasing the focus on dental issues and also on gastro issues. The deaths, I think, have been over the past several years focusing on cardiovascular issues. Then I believe lot of companies, are going for paid services for medical evaluation on board to prevent these illness and injury cases. But to compile, what we need to still pay attention is for the upgrading of medical equipment on board. Jens mentioned about the payment clinic, but I think there is a lot of improvement required in the audit and screening of the payment clinic, because the prevention starts over there. I mean, especially in East Europe and Europe, where we don't have many partners visiting the clinics. There are a lot of cases coming up with false reports.
Thank you, Yorgis. Now, what are the key health risks that seafarers face on board? Have any emerging threats caught your attention, either physical, mental, or lifestyle related? And let's start with Peter.
Yeah, there's of course a few points. So first of all, I want to quickly say that now the P&I clubs even have picked up on the necessity of good prevention for health-related issues. So I'm aware of a trial that we're currently doing with a P&I club that has bought 100 health packages from a provider and is now evaluating what in actual savings. It's almost embarrassing to speak about it, but there is an ROI even for owners and managers on good medical care. It shouldn't be the main issue, but it certainly helps to address the issue. So before the P&I clubs were stakeholders, but always in the background. However, it is assumed that with such health plans, you could bring down the number of medical evacuations by up to 70%. And there's an assumption that a medical evacuation in average costs $120,000. So even from a financial point of view, which I don't want to emphasize, there's a big good reason to look into these matters. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Dr. Jens?
From my point of perspective, we have three major points in this. The one indeed is the accidents, where we have to deep dive, have a deeper look at it. Let's say, what are the root causes for accidents? I think there's a wide span from fatigue over not following occupational instructions up to let's say difficulties or bad working environments or not equivalent work environments. Let's say it this way. The second one is, let's say, life continues on board. So what happens on board on medical issues, what happens ashore on medical issues to each of us or anybody else may happen to seafarers as well. And for this, that is life, like a rhinitis, like a bronchitis, like headache or whatever. That is won't be necessarily be able to be completely predicted and prevented. But it leads me to another point, and that has already been touched. I think on the long run, we should shift the entire bundle of pre-employment medicals much more in an, Peter would say, maintenance examination, or having a preventative approach, rather than a risk management or risk mitigation approach. That would possibly, first instance, solve a little these melting pots of conflicts of interest in the entire PME sector, and helps the seafarer to manage themselves and for the company as well. And the third aspect, indeed, is how to properly manage the very particular psychological situation a seafarer is in. I don't necessarily want to raise always the mental health issues. That is definitely a point that owns care about, no doubt. But the initial point to me is that a seafarer moves into a very particular psychological setup, with being away from the loved ones, with working for months with people not necessarily having a close friend in between, with the workload, with the lack of shore leave, all of this as mentioned. These are the three bundles to me. Those are in mind and have to be managed.
Thank you. Sandra, what is your take?
So I agree with a lot of what Jens has been saying. For us, we've seen obviously in lots of injury due to accidents, and it's about understanding what is causing those accidents. Is it fatigue? The issues with enclosed spaces and things as well. What is happening that people are going into this spaces? Why are these things happening? We also see musculoskeletal injury. A lot of people have musculoskeletal injury, and this is because of the nature of work at sea. It's very static. They're using the same, staying in the same position, standing for long times, bending over, and all those kind of things. And so actually it's about ensuring that there are preventative things in place, which can be very easy and actually cost nothing at all, where people are just doing exercises and making sure that they're looking after their bodies. So it's really important that they do that, but also that people have enough rest to actually ensure that they're not injuring their bodies because they're just overtired and overworked, and it's all been caused by fatigue. The other issue we've been hearing about is dental problems, and it's really, really important to look at these dental problems. This again is something that is easily managed. It's making sure people kind of get into routines about cleaning teeth and really good oral hygiene. And again, this is something companies can kind of promote, but also something seafarers need to have a focus on themselves. And it's about that collaborative approach we were talking about, where actually companies can do so much, but actually seafarers also need to be looking after themselves as well. I see a lot of kind of healthy lifestyle stuff in place, but obviously if we're talking about healthy lifestyle, we need to make sure people have access to gyms, that they get enough rest so that they have enough energy to actually take on exercises, and that if you're promoting eating healthy food, you need to make sure that people have good menus so that there's a choice of healthy things to eat. Thanks.
Sandra?
Okay, I believe the PEME clinics, they are doing well, but what we need to focus on, what Sandra said, we sort of need a robust program, something like around the year, a health monitoring for the seafarers. Right now, most of the companies are focusing only on the PEME. But what happens is, for the chronic conditions, especially for seafarers, when they're on leave, they go very relaxed, and that is what causes the trouble. Just before joining, they try to, bring up the lifestyle and, start focusing on the preventive measures so that they clear the PEME. And as soon as they clear PEME or before that, they are a bit relaxed. That is what causes majority of the issues. We've seen cases where the seafarers go on board with medication, go easy, and finally sign off on an illness ground. So seafarers need to understand the impact that there's a need for having a round-the-year health program. And what we are trying to promote is during the seminars, we are trying to coach the seafarers about the same. Secondly, the chronic condition needs to be monitored very carefully, because these are the very easy cases which can be monitored and caught to prevent such illness cases. Last but not the least, I think the majority of the industry is right now focusing on mental health issues. But most of the PEMAs, the mental health is not a part, and we need to focus more on mental health. What we can do is we can initiate some programs on mental health. We can provide the solutions, we can provide the support. If there is somebody is under anxiety or depression, we need to provide the tools for them. And as per the last report I saw from one of the forum, they studied that at least 30% of the seafarers on board were reported to have such issues, but out of which only 5% did report.
Georgis, Matthias?
Yeah, thank you. So I think a major risk is really that seafarers are afraid of reporting something. And there are some issues about that. So one is that the health report, so when they see a doctor, so anybody on ashore, if you go to see a doctor, you can do it on your own because you have health insurance. On board, you have to ask the officers. Many times the report is open to the officers, to the crewing department, to the agency, to the driver, and to I don't know how many people. This is violating data protection, and this is violating health of the seafarers because they are afraid of seeing a doctor because they know that everybody will know what the doctor is writing in the report. And they have to ask if they want to see a doctor. If they want to see a psychologist, they have to ask. Any of you can see a psychologist without asking. So that's a major problem. And I think one thing is that seafarers should have a real health insurance, not only when they are on board, but also when they are ashore. So they can take all the preventative measures when they are at home. Also what is necessary. They can then do the screening, they can see the expert, they can do also the dental care. So I've been in Rotterdam at this conference, and they told that most of referrals from cruise ships are for dental issues. Of course it is, because there's no dentist on the ship. And the seafarers don't have the dental treatment at home because they don't have the money for it, they don't have the insurance. Why is there no health insurance for seafarers? That would help a lot to have a better health for seafarers.
Thank you, Matthias. So, what are the biggest challenges ahead in maintaining and improving seafarer health? Dr. Jens?
I think we have already touched some of the points. I think that is the entire, to me, it starts with the entire perception of medical issues or health-related issues in the industry. It is something there is a need to deal with, but it is rarely something that is really connected to the individuals managing the shipping companies. To that extent that they say, okay, what I would wish and expect in a comparable situation, and that reflects to all the instances below. So it means when you have a look in the medical chest content on the ships, we know the regulations from the IMO are dated back nearly 2 decades right now, and it's really difficult to convince the companies to get the medical chest updated to what is really current medical standard. The second one is, to what extent is medical care offered to the seafarer? And Matthias has exactly addressed one very important topic. The distribution list in the requests we get for telemedical advice is very long. And you always should bear in mind, sometimes even the most intimate things are shared in a wide distribution list, and it needs a clear raised finger to say, stop guys, let's limit the distribution list. The third point to me is, when we talk a lot about the mental wellness of the seafarers, there are programs in place, and I'm really happy that this is the case from ISVAN, from Mental Health Support Solutions, and even other providers. Those offer mental health and psychological support to seafarers, even available for the individual just to pick the phone by bypassing the officers meanwhile. But anyhow, all these solutions are addressed to the individual. So, sorry to say so, they address the weakest part of the chain. But when we talk about the working environment and the very particular psychological situation seafarers in, I think it's worth to have a look more with a systematic approach. So what is the entire construction from shore to the ship, the hierarchy on ship, how are the working conditions, even from a leadership, from a psychological perspective. And we have made some exercise and workshops with one of our clients, for instance, to actually approach it, and there have been very interesting insights out of this. So from my point of view, long story short, the entire healthcare should be looked at much more comprehensive and much more holistic.
Thank you, James. Sandra, what is your take about the key challenges?
Well, I agree entirely with Jens, and it's about making sure that we have a really good support system in place on the ships, but also that seafarers have access to. It's really important that people have access to kind of confidential healthcare. But one of the issues, and I'm going to pick up on what Matthias said in the last point that he made, was the fact that they don't have kind of continuous healthcare. And it relates to the kind of contracts they have, because they're contracted to work for a certain period of time. So until we adjust what's happening with the contracts, we're going to have problems trying to maintain seafarers' health, from one contract to the next. So we really need to be looking at what we do about having really good contracts and good kind of HR, if you like, practices in place for seafarers. Mental health for me is always going to be a problem. We still see seafarers experiencing mental health and the challenges leading to kind of increased anxiety, depression, and burnout as a result of this. Fatigue has an impact on them, and we really need to be dealing with fatigue. There's lots of talk about dealing with, but seafarers still work a number of kind of shifts on and off, and the kind of watch patterns and things. We need to stop talking about those things and actually start doing something about those things, because we will see real differences to people's physical and mental health if we do those things. And also, I've seen a rise in kind of criminalization of seafarers and things now as well, and this has an impact on seafarers' mental and physical health as well. So there's a lot of things that we really need to stop talking about actually, and start doing something about, because again, these are topics I've been talking about for 11 years. So I would really like to stop talking about these things and actually start doing things that effectively bring about change. Thanks.
Sandra. Yorgis.
Thanks. I'll pick up from where Sandra left, and we need to bring change in the culture. The companies need to bring in the change in the culture to improve the health of the seafarers, focusing on mental health as well. As she's rightly mentioned, we need to start doing things rather than just talking about it. It's nothing new. Another challenge I see is that it's not a challenge, but is not improving. The medical facility and the equipments on board needs to be upgraded, because, as Jens mentioned, we are still using pretty old ones. Now there is time to upgrade, and we also need to upgrade the internet connection on board, because there are beautiful tools available. The seafarers in health problem on board can have live connection with the doctors with confidence, and they can rectify the issues. The health can be improved on board, let it be psychological, or if there is for example, if stitches are required to be done and the seafarers need support, the doctors can assist them live on the video call. We need to have trustworthy and effective permits. That is up to several P&A clubs, how to upgrade them. Obviously, it's up to individual company as well. And the shore leave facilities for the attention of medical seafarers, when requiring the medical attention, let it be for illness and injury, needs to be improved, because there are still limitations. We saw during the COVID there were several limitations, and it's a fact the seafarers were not counted as key workers. There were a lot of limitations, but in routine also there are limitations in some countries where the shore leave is not allowed, even whatsoever the case may be.
Thank you, Yorgis. Matthias, what are the key challenges?
Yeah, thanks to Yorgis for talking about the internet and the benefits of the internet. And I think that really would be a large progress if seafarers would have individual access to medical aid and to psychologists, and don't have to do it with the phone in the clinic or on the bridge where everybody is hearing what they are saying. And It's also a possibility to have access to chaplains they can talk to with all the confidentiality, and that would help quite a lot on mental issues, but also on other issues, because then they can get some orientation if they need to see a doctor in the port. And there should be also then a way that the teleclinic can prescribe that they see a specialist in the next port. And that even the crew or the master will not be informed what kind of specialist that should be, so that the confidentiality is really given, and only the information, what is the restriction, will be given to the crew. That should be the right way. And also Jens is right about the systematic approach. There needs to be a change in the whole industry, and that includes ports, terminals, authorities. Everybody has to see the seafarers really as human beings first, and as important, and that they are part. In no port statistics the seafarer appear. And it should not be the case in any place that shore leave is denied. And one thing is also the word resilience. Sorry, but I really don't think that this should be the approach, that you look for resilient seafarers, but you have to look for a healthy world with not the risk of fatigue, and where seafarers get enough sleep and also a day off from time to time. That is not something very revolutionary to say, but I think seafarers should have 1 day off a week.
Thank you, Matthias. And Peter?
Yeah, so a lot of good things said. It's all about people, as often said, but quite often this is lip service. As long as the contract worker situation is not changed, we have to see how can we adapt to that situation, because it will not change overnight. So one of the initiatives of the industry is now to look for a data set, a standardized data set for the seafarer that is owned by the seafarer, and where the release of that information is controlled by the seafarer. That is not only the seagoing time, the certificates and the financial information, but also his health details that should be in a central location on the cloud in the future, which is then available to help him very quickly. And a good service should be along with our quest with better connectivity to create an office at sea. That is also basically a medical office at sea. So in principle, you should not charge a medical service by the call. I think in a good medical care situation, the seafarer or whoever, the captain and the individual seafarer, should be able to call free of charge as often as he wants to for medical support. And that is slowly starting to emerge. And I think it's absolutely necessary. On another note, how does technology help us to get step by step to a better situation? And AI is another buzzword, but we have a pretty good idea of an example. There's an AI service where the seafarers anonymously respond to when they log onto the internet, and they going through a set of questions that are AI generated, which touch on their well-being, which then could lead to an escalation, and especially for the shore office to be able to judge what is the general state of mind in a vessel and how can shore support. So what I'm trying to say is, in the future, technology will help us enable to get a better picture of what the real status is, to also mitigate this horrible situation of still too many suicides that we have every year on board. It's unbearable.
Thank you, Peter. Now, what are your practical recommendations to reduce health-related issues and improve working and living conditions on board? Sandra?
So practically, I think one of the things Seafarers Hospital Society has been working on is a set of health KPIs that companies can adopt and use. So it's a kind of progressive set of KPIs where they kind of work through from a basic level, which is a kind of MLC requirement, and then working to best practice level. Now, the reason we're kind of promoting this is because if companies focus on something that's health related, it means that they're going to actually start doing something about it and actively look at ways that they can improve seafarer health and well-being. One of the things we see is that we see some health kind of KPIs in the safety kind of culture and the safety aspects, but actually it's not good enough. You need to have health KPIs that are separate things that people actually develop, they look at, and that they improve upon. So what will happen then is that you'll see companies will start looking after people's health and well-being, but actually seafarers will then be empowered to look after their own health and well-being as well, and feel that they are contributing to this as well. So I think really, really important that we start looking at putting together health KPIs. What it will also do is provide data for us, really, really important data that can be used not negatively, but positively to kind of identify what trends are and then mitigate against those trends so that we kind of constantly on this the cycle of improving seafarer health rather than seeing what the problems are and then actually not doing anything to address those problems. So I think for me, I would really look at recommending health KPIs. And, you know, I'm doing a bit of a plug here, but if people want to talk about this some more or find out more about how to do this, please, if they can contact me or look on our website where they can actually find links to these KPIs, which I really believe will make a fundamental difference to seafarer health.
Thank you, Sandra. Georgis?
So I think we need to have programs. We can use the technology to our assistance for monitoring the chronic conditions for the seafarers, let it be hypertension, diabetes, which is more common, and teach the seafarers that they need to disclose. There's no need to worry about the jobs. In fact, it goes other way around. If they don't disclose and tomorrow there is an illness or injury case, they won't be covered under insurance. This is what we are trying to do, and I think this is what is need to be done by the industry. They need to tell the seafarers that they don't need to worry about the jobs, and the owners need to accept the seafarers with medication if they are disclosing it. Then only we can properly monitor. And when you properly monitor the cases, if there's an issue on board with the health of seafarers, then you know the whole condition for the last several years. This is what I mean, you can use the technology for. Then we need to have proper diagnostic tools on board. Now, I believe, unlike before, now the tools are, the equipments are pretty light. There is not like, big heavy tools you need to carry like a hospital. The basic is like a ECG machine, AED machine, glucometers, which are very beneficial in cases of emergency when the ship is sailing in waters. Of course, coming back to mental well-being, we need to provide the maybe a app or some tools for the mental well-being for seafarers, so which they can access when they're on board, when they're on leave. But the idea is, I wish that we have a round-the-year program so that this thing continues round the year instead of when they are on board.
Thank you, Georgis. Matthias?
I think a big improvement would be if everybody focused on seafarers as key people in the maritime world. Everybody means really everybody, all the sides, and that so if a port denies shore leave, that the shipping companies say, sorry, we can't call your port. If you don't treat seafarers as human beings, it's against their human rights, we will not call your port. That should be the solution. And also that all in the maritime world refer to welfare providers like us or other ICMA members when seafarers are in hospital, when an accident happened on board, so that seafarers really get the help they need also on the psychological mental health side. And then, of course, a health insurance system for seafarers for continuous medical care would help a lot, so that they get help. They get already all the medical care they need when they are ashore, and they are well prepared when they join the ship. And there needs to be confidential access to medical support. I think that is also a basic right of people that they have when they have access to medical support, that all their data are protected. And there's no need at all that the shipping company needs this information. That is not needed. And a day off for the seafarer would be a great improvement. There has been somebody on the conference showing that just every 10 days there was a day off on some cruise ships. And she said there was an approval. So you could measure it, that the approval on the mood, on the mental health of the seafarers was getting better. And nobody can make so they save the days off after 4, 6, 9 months. There needs to be something done about that also.
Peter, what's your take?
Yeah, I want to come back to PMI. We have discussed it quite a little bit. If you had the chance to do audits for PMI clinics, you could see how different the standards are. So I think we should find a way to standardize this with a minimum acceptable level, because if we look at not only maintaining the number of seafarers, but we know we're already missing a lot. If we want to attract people to this industry, that well-being part has to be covered very, very well. Also, for example, how do we keep or attract people with, let's say, diabetes. So only with a professional medical care, we can attract and keep them, and for example, keep them in coastal trade and not long overseas voyages, something I've discussed with Jens many times, you know. So there's an application for almost every human asset that we have. It just has to be professionally monitored. So I think there's a lot of things that we can and must do in maintenance. And also we have to consider the downsides, for example, of connectivity, right? So it is now a known fact that people disappear in their bunks after the meal and do their own thing online. And that goes against team building and support of the team with each other on board. So we're now trying to come up with campaigns like live streaming TV for movies and sports events and news and stuff like that, which brings people back into the mess room and revitalizes the social cohesion on board. That helps a lot to find out and early detect problems as well.
Thank you. And Dr. Jens?
Thanks for what Peter just said. Indeed, as you know, I regularly have the opportunity to audit PMI clinics, so I'm very aware and confronted more or less on a daily basis with the differences. Those are driven by the economical status, those are driven by cultural influences. There are plenty of points to consider, but for the industry, what we have to bear in mind, it's a global industry. So people come from every corner, more or less, of the world, and not necessarily in the majority from the very wealthy countries. And we have to bear in mind, and then we come back again to this cultural thing, that the culture in the industry of perception, health of the individual, regardless in what manner or what part of the organization they are involved, that this really matters and it has to be, I'm really convinced of, to be restructured. But I would like to raise one point. This change of culture is a not only bilateral, but a multilateral thing. It is not only about what Matthias said. Yes, I think that is an absolute crucial thing to make seafarers key workers on a global scale, no doubt. And I have personally fighted a lot during pandemic for the seafarers, for vaccination, healthcare. Very bad stories experienced. But let's say currently we do have the status that health programs may look like seafarer. You have to have exercise, you have to feed yourself very healthy, you have to stop smoking, and you should not consume any alcohol. To me, that is a complete wrong approach. I think it's rather convincing the seafarers for their own health, and that applies exactly what Peter just said, and tools like this are available to make even seafarers the stakeholders of their health data and their health, and the same way to convince the shipping companies, and it starts even with the constructions on the yard, how the crew cabins and the areas are constructed, that this should be taken.
We have a technical problem. Thank you, Jens. We can't hear.
How that entirely can be driven more by. Have I been interrupted? I'm sorry. Can you hear me again?
Yes, we now hear you.
Okay. Long story to cut it down. I think all of this should be driven by respect, regardless of position and regardless of the point of engagement in the industry. So now I stop talking.
Thank you very much. Now, after various industry efforts, is access to quality medical care at sea now a reality? Where do we stand and what we can do to make more equitable and consistent? And we'll start with Georgis.
So I think the access is there now. The only difference is some companies are using for free of charge facilities, some are using for paid. And if you use the paid one, there are a lot of benefits. For example, you can monitor the chronic conditions around the year. You can monitor the PEME reports. You can screen the PEME reports even after the PEME clinic is issued through these services. You have access for doing the PEME clinic audits by professionals, by the doctors. You get around the clock support for psychological needs when the seafarer is on board or on leave, of course, with the confidentiality. And you get some recommendations and monitoring done for female seafarers on board, which is a focus area for us right now.
Thank you, Georgis. Matthias?
Well, I think technically it's possible now to have high quality care, and many companies offer it. But the thing is that even now, not all of them have enough internet or have offering this service, and many times still the access depends on the master, and they feel even that the master has to pay for it. I still hear this from seafarers that they are afraid to see a doctor because the master has to pay from the money from the ship for it. So that they really feel free to ask for help, and that they really trust it is confidential, that is technically possible. Many companies offer, but others don't. So that is still a need. And also so that they have this individual access, so that they can access by themselves. That is important, without asking anybody for the allowance to contact the doctor, and without anybody knowing what they talk to the doctor and the psychologist. That is also a very important part of it. And then a very good high quality care would be possible on board the ship. And also they need access to internet to have access also to individual providers. So like we have a chat service, Mission to Seafarers, and others have, IS1 has, that they can access these services without anybody knowing on board. That is very important.
Peter?
Yeah, I have three keywords that come to my mind. It's communication. It's also especially nutrition. Let me just explain. Communication in the sense that the company should explain to their people what they have the right to do and what opportunities they're given. So that is sometimes not even communicated in a good way. And then the third word is training. Training, of course, for the captain, because he's the medical doctor on board. So a lot of responsibilities on him. I do not think that most of them are prepared. Some of them are also not prepared for new problems that they now have as female seafarers that are on board. So these are also completely new challenges that need to be trained. So I feel there's still a lot of space, and that very basic human necessity for healthy and enough nutrition is also still in many companies underestimated. I remember when I was running catering operations for 16 clients during COVID, and we had huge cost increases. And I asked the owners to increase the budget for the people by 50 cents. 14 of them turned it down initially, even though, and so this is just this complete disregard for realities. And if we look at what do they really have on board, then food and workout is probably the only leisure activity next to internet utilization that they have, right? So there is so many things available and at reasonable prices. So I think as an industry, because regulations will be too slow and not enough, we have to come together and agree on what we would call minimum standards. Otherwise, people will vote with their feet. That's quite obvious.
Thank you, Peter. Dr. James?
Peter, I can easily jump in what you've just said. And when you talk about nutrition and food, I'm right away thinking about what different aspects of experience food offers. And let's say often it's neglected what amount of sensual experience food provides us with. And let's say the sensual experiences on board are limited at all. So that is quite a topic. But to answer your question, in general, I think there is the option given for appropriate and good medical care. I have to say so as we offer it. But it's not necessarily already implemented by all companies. And indeed, I see a huge potential, and all this has already been mentioned, in the, I don't want to say it extension, but in completion of especially diagnostic tools on board the ships. Those won't necessarily be used very often, but they can be of big help for any remote service provider to get closer to the diagnosis, and the better the treatment would be. So we come back to culture again. Yes, it is available. Indeed, it will be even better by the extension of the internet connectivity and the raising options of having the option for video consultations. That's very helpful for trust, for the questions to be answered in order to get an idea what is he really suffering from, and for instance to distinguish between somatic and psychosomatic and psychological issues. Those may be behind. There are lots of potential. To be honest, with all the huge benefits and potentials of the AI, which I use myself a lot, for this particular reason, I'm still a little skeptical, as the AI tools so far at least don't ask the right question I would find necessary, nor they provide a reliable answer. So I want everybody to stick with doctors, indeed, for the moment at least. That's from my point.
Is it Sandra? Thank you.
So I think, we've seen technology come on leaps and bounds in kind of our generation. I look at kind of when I was at school and the kind of technology I used and what we're using now, and we've come on, it's a whole new world. And so for me, there's absolutely no excuse why people can't use this technology to actually help seafarers and actually improve their health. So for me, it's about providing accessibility to seafarers to ensure that they can have that. And companies need to start facilitating that in a much better way. So it's about making sure that they have accessibility to support, whether it's mental health support or physical health support. And there's lots of virtual programs and in ways that we can kind of support them. And Jens touched on those things already. But I also think that they need to be looking kind of individualized support for seafarers, just as when we go to doctors on land, we are treated as individuals. It's really important that seafarers are treated as individuals and that their health needs are met on an individual basis.
Thank you, Sandra. Now, if you could change just one thing that would have an immediate and profound impact on crew welfare, what this would be and why? Matthias?
Sorry, I didn't get your question, sorry.
If you could change one thing that would have an immediate and profound impact on crew welfare, what this would be and why? Just one thing.
So the one thing for me on crew welfare would be the question how they are treated and seen as human beings. That would imply everything.
Thank you, Matthias. And Peter?
Well, a crew member is not a cost position in the P&L. It is an asset that is vital to our operations. And the more motivated, healthy, and appreciated they are, the better they will take care of the asset, which is the vessel. So that has to be appreciated.
Thank you. Dr. Jens?
To me, it's more or less one word: respect. Put yourself in the shoes of the seafarer and ask yourself what you would wish to get.
Thank you. Sandra?
So for me, it will be about health KPIs, each company having health KPIs, because I believe that you'll see crew retention, and I think you'll have better recruitment of new seafarers.
Thank you, Sandra. And Georgis?
I think the seafarers well deserve to get health support around the year, free of cost by the company.
Thank you. And let's conclude the discussion with a key message from you to our industry stakeholders and our seafarers on the occasion of the International Day of the Seafarer on June 25th. So let's hear a message from you, Peter.
Yeah, read the Seafarer Happiness Report and make your conclusions, and stop lip services, and take action as an industry and not go by minimum regulations. They are not enough.
Thank you. Dr. Jens?
To a certain extent, I repeat myself. Respect is the key. And respect and having a look at everybody as a human being means that it brings us to better life and working conditions and to a much more peaceful world.
Thank you. Georgis, key message.
I think I congratulate the seafarers that they've done a great job during the COVID, kept the vessels running, one was moving. While we were stuck at home, they still kept moving for several months. The companies, I think the industries, including the organizations, forums, everybody is trying to do a lot collectively and individually to improve the standards for medical, health, food for them on board, especially after the MLC amendments last year. I think a lot of other companies would have improved as well. So we are there to support them, but they need to take care of them themselves as well.
Thank you, Sandra.
So for me, it's about saying thank you to seafarers. They are absolutely vital to everything that we kind of get in terms of the economy and what we use on a daily basis. They are our greatest asset. They are key workers, and we need to look after them.
Thank you, Sandra. Matthias?
So all industry see the seafarers as key part of the industry. Don't look at the short-time cost of the seafarers, but see what they bring and what they need. And then the industry will work very well.
Now it's time to conclude our discussion. Thank you all for your thoughtful insights and your participation. Thank our audience for being here and supporting our event. Stay tuned for the forthcoming discussions and presentations as part of our crew welfare event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this year's Safety at Sea event. This is Stella Kakouri from One Care Group. Today, I'll speak about a topic that remains a significant concern, which is access to medical care for seafarers. We will explore why this is a growing safety and health challenge, what the data show us, what the seafarers themselves are telling us, and how One Care is helping to bridge this critical gap. Let's start with some numbers. In 2023, 6 major maritime telemedical assistance service centers reported 14,359 medical cases from ships at sea. About 11% of those, that is over 1,500 cases, required urgent disembarkation. This shows how often onboard care, if available, isn't enough. During the COVID-19 pandemic, delayed repatriation affected nearly 1 in 5 seafarers, significantly impacting both their physical and mental well-being. Even more alarmingly, seafarer mortality rates are estimated to be 25 to 30 times higher than those of land-based workers. These are not just numbers, they are signals that access to care at sea is still patchy, delayed, or reactive instead of proactive. The gaps are clear. Many vessels continue to rely on outdated processes or lack the tools to detect health risks early. a seafarer may start a contract already unfit for duty. On board, they may face expired medication, missing supplies, or fear of stigma when asking for help. Language barriers and lack of culturally competent care also limit the effectiveness of telehealth systems. It's time to move from a reactive system to one that prioritizes preventive continuous care. Let's see what the industry is doing compared to what seafarers are reporting through different surveys and studies. The MLC 2006 amendments, which became effective in December 2024, were a positive step. They emphasize access to medical care, mandatory training on mental health, and early reporting mechanisms. Organizations like ISVAN and Mission to Seafarers have also contributed to important welfare initiatives. But seafarer voices reveal a different reality. According to the latest Seafarers Happiness Index, ratings for access to welfare facilities dropped to 6.34 out of 10 from 6.47 that was recorded during the previous report. The results from a recent study show also that nearly 20% of cargo seafarers who had experienced a serious illness or injury at sea reported not receiving timely medical attention. Most vessels lacked a qualified medical professional on board, with only limited telemedical support available until reaching port. Other data show that there is a limitation of medicines and medical care for women on board, whereas we still have crew reporting having suicidal thoughts and scoring significantly higher than other working and general populations in questionnaires measuring depression and anxiety. So while regulatory frameworks are evolving, implementation often lacks, leaving seafarers unsupported and in some cases in danger. OneCare is a 360-degree health platform focused on two key pillars of human capital, health and training. At OneCare Group, we built a proactive and interconnected health model, one that goes beyond compliance and checklists to deliver real outcomes for seafarers. Our approach is primarily preventative, with most of our services designed to support ship managers in onboarding healthy, motivated crew members and maintaining their well-being throughout their time on board until disembarkation. Through our PME quality assurance program, we ensure that crew members are genuinely fit for duty, not only physically, but also psychologically. Ship managers also have the option to include pre-employment psychological and psychometric assessments as part of their onboarding process. This enables early detection of risks, enhances crew placement decisions, and allows us to tailor health support programs that follow the crew on board. Going a step further, proactive care can be complemented by our 24/7 support services. We offer a multilingual mental health crisis line, providing confidential access to licensed clinical psychologists wherever the crew may be in the world. Alongside this, our 24/7 telemedicine line requires that immediate medical guidance is available during emergencies on when onboard treatment is needed until shore-based care is possible. To support physical readiness, we also manage the medical chest inventory on board vessels, not only maintaining compliance with flag requirements, but extending it. We ensure that ships are equipped with medication and supplies for female seafarers, tropical disease regions like malaria, chronic conditions and emergency stock. Additionally, our health risk assessment tool helps to identify onboard health trends, enabling physicians to forecast risks and design better, more targeted care plans for the voyage ahead. We believe medical access shouldn't be tied to proximity to port. It should be built into the structure of how we care for people at sea. Health doesn't wait, and it shouldn't depend on geography, paperwork, or a checklist. By combining early screening, digital access, and real-time human support, One Care Group helps to close the gap between policy and practice. We invite you to move beyond minimum standards towards a more compassionate, competent, and connected model of care. Thank you for listening.
Hello and welcome to Safety for Sea. This is a panel on soft skills. I'm Captain V.S. Parani. I'll be moderating the panel, which is part of the Crew Wellness Week leading up to the Day of the Seafarer that we will all celebrate on 25th of June. So we hope to bring this content for all maritime professionals, especially seafarers, sharing with you our views on soft skills. Why is it relevant in today's world more than ever, and what we can do as an industry to improve the soft skills on board and ashore. So with me, I have a distinguished panel, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves and provide an opening statement on why they think soft skills are important for safety on board. So I'll start with Captain Chawla. If you may please introduce yourself and share your views.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Safety for Sea, for having me in this panel. A quick background about me: came out to sea in 1974, got command 1986, came ashore in 1992, spent 32 years in Anglo-Eastern Ship Management as head of safety and training. Retired but not retired after that, and started a company doing micro-learning videos, gamification of learning, and virtual reality training programs in this company that I'm now founded. It's called Marine Pals. Your question was about soft skills and why is it important. I think giving it a little bit of a background, the way ships are running today has changed significantly over the last 30 years, I would say. It started with very little of communication between ship and shore, in the sense that when I came out to sea, it was very common for messages to go to the client or to the owners once in 48 hours on Morse code. And since then, we have moved into the world of practically non-stop communication on WhatsApp between the office and the ship, and with the charterers too nowadays coming in on the act of asking things on WhatsApp, etc. There was no VTS in most places in the world 40 years ago, 30 years ago, and today we have lots and lots of places where the VTS pretty much controls the way navigation is happening in that area. So over the years, the competencies required for a master and chief engineer have changed significantly, with a lot of decision making now being a shared decision making between ship and shore. The navigation is still master's responsibility, but now he gets an AI generated automated route by a system similar to Wärtsilä, etc., that are in the market. 20 years ago, the master was left to deal with the charterer and with the port completely on their own, more or less. A phone call from the ship was $13 a minute, which is now free on WhatsApp. And so one of the competencies that has become important is the soft skill of dealing with a lot more individuals in a way that everybody is collaborating towards the main purpose of the voyage to carry cargo safely. And the second change that has happened is the amount of automation on board and the interaction, the ergonomics between man and machine interface. And we need to remember that ultimately it's the man behind the machine, whatever be the sophisticated equipment, that makes a difference. And the role of the master on bridge team management, as an example, has changed significantly. The pilot is now, has to interact with the team, and there's a lot of focus on bridge team management. So soft skills, in my opinion, is the most important skill today. If we'll analyze accidents today, the big ones, they rarely ever happen due to lack of knowledge or lack of skill. And there are other factors like distraction, like interpersonal conflict that happens in a bridge team or in a port interface. Even PSC detentions happen because of the, let's say, wrong chemistry that sometimes happens with a PSC inspector. So for me, conclusion is that soft skills is the most important skill going into the future for every seafarer. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Chawla. Stephen, how does the Nautical Institute view soft skills? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, by way of a brief introduction, Stephen Gosling, Head of Information and Publications at the Nautical Institute. And for anybody out there unaware of who we are, we're the international membership organisation for maritime professionals, both at sea and ashore, and a leading authority in the maritime industry. I emphatically agree with Captain Chawla's analysis there. We have been working with an author to produce a book on this very topic, developing soft skills in mariners. And so important is this topic, and so empty was our bookshelf on this topic that we felt we needed to cover this in some detail. And to quote our author, Professor Carol Davis, she says that soft skills are the golden thread running through our professional lives. They bind us as human beings. They allow us to get the best from ourselves and from each other. They strengthen our safety culture, help the ship to run efficiently, effectively, and underpin our own well-being. So, like technical skills, soft skills are inseparable and interdependent. We can't ignore them. We can't overlook them. We need to spotlight them. And we need to be aware that the younger generation, more than ever, are more attuned and in touch with their emotions, their emotional intelligence, and how they feel. And soft skills underpins all of that. So I hope that sets the ball rolling.
Thank you, Stephen. Rachit, over to you.
Thanks, Parani. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here today to discuss and I would say often overlooked but essential aspect of our industry, which is soft skills. My name is Rachit. I'm the founder, managing director of Safe Lanes. A company works as a marine specialist, offering various services in quality assurance, trainings, and software development. My background is from the tanker. My sailing days includes working in companies like BP, Exxon, and since 2006, I've been ashore working with Exxon in various roles, and since 2014, I've been associated with Safe Lanes. Now, as we all know, the maritime sector is rapidly evolving with lots of advancements happening in technology and also changing operational dynamics. Now, while technical expertise do remains very crucial, it is the soft skills that is truly differentiate what we call as the successful seafarers and in futures the leaders. So I really look forward to share insights and having an engaging and fruitful discussion with you all. Thank you again.
Thank you, Rachit. Captain Karavasilis, please share your views on, from the P&I world point of view.
So once again, good morning and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kostas Karavasilis. I am a master mariner. I started my career in the 90s, and I will insist on that, and you will understand why. I have 15 good years of sea service, and since 2019, I have been involved within the marine insurance industry, first as a claims manager for a Handling Machinery insurer, and since 2019, I have been working with the UK P&I Club as their regional loss prevention director based in Piraeus, Greece. So, apart from what Captain Chawla said, I have to say that I am one of the generation that I saw the changes. We all started, as Captain Chawla said, and then we transitioned to the new era, leading to our era now. Soft skills are, to my humble opinion, the most important skills nowadays a seafarer has to have. Elaborating, the model of leadership within onboard ships has changed since when I started. And first of all, we have multinational crew members, different cultures on board. When I started, all officers at least were Greek on the bridge. Now, even on board Greek ships, you have 3 or 4 different nationalities, inclusive of Greek, but you have Filipinos, you have Indians, you have Ukrainians, Russians, you name it. So we end up with multicultural, multinational crews, and it is very important. And again, the model of leadership changed. Back in the days, the captain was the god. Whatever he had to say, you had to obey. In some cases, you didn't used to look the captain in the eyes. You were afraid. Now this changed, and I will not comment if it is bad or good, but it is changed. So the soft skills of the leaders, and naming leaders, I'm not saying also the officers on board, but also the petty officer, the bosun, the carpenter, the bowman, all of them, have changed in these years, and we have to focus on the soft skills. Nowadays, with the means we have, the vessel will sail safely from A to B. So this is done. This is solved. What is not solved is how we deal with people on board ships. And as I usually say, and I will end with that, when I go to crew fora, I always say to the captains and chief engineers, gentlemen, you are the managing directors of a multi-million-dollar company, the vessel. You have to lead. And we expect from you to have the same qualities as a CEO, as a managing director working ashore has to have. This is how I feel, and this is, I'm vocal on that.
Thank you, Captain Karavasilis. You have confirmed that Captain is no longer God, he is human. So we need soft skills.
Exactly.
Now I'll ask Panayotis to please share his views, especially from the training point of view about soft skills. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Panayotis Koukoumelis. I'm the Training and Development Manager of Kykladas Maritime. I think my esteemed colleagues have actually said everything. So I will sort of reiterate, soft skills have always been important. And it's a pity that it took many years to actually recognize it on board the vessels. I mean, we used to, let's say, to some extent in shipping for the office, do our, let's say, psychometrics and see our teams and try to evolve the teams, but we never sort of messed with the power structure on board the vessel. So as Stephen said, I mean, it's really encouraging that now people are coming into shipping and producing the knowledge of what we need, which is it needs to be customized in how the vessel works. And soft skills underpin everything. It's safety, it's the leadership, it's our well-being. From the other hand, soft skills cannot be separated from the hard skills. So we have to somehow find a way to grow the soft skills through the technical training. Because a lot of times we do training on soft skills, but it's out of context. So if I am to sum it up, I think it's really important, and it's really important that we actually grow the soft skills in a direction that makes sense for the seafarers.
Thank you, Panayotis. Leonard, as someone who does research and deep dive into soft skills, could you please share your views?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Leonard Ripke. I'm an ex-seafarer, same as Rashid, coming from the tanker industry. After my time at sea, I joined the training industry in a company that at that time was called Seagull, and then made my way to Green Jacobsen, where I'm now a senior consultant and the commercial director. The thing that what we do at Green Jacobsen is we are a human performance consultancy company. What we actually do is we develop soft skills. We essentially help leaders to become a leader. And that's exactly going over to my statement on soft skills. So that's exactly why soft skills are so super important, is they drive leadership. You can't be a leader without having soft skills. And we heard about many great people in history that essentially used their soft skills to actually shine as leaders. And for me, one of the greatest examples is always Churchill, obviously, who used his soft skills to actually manifest his leadership and led Britain, I think, through their darkest times. So that is obvious that soft skills are needed as a leader. And obviously you need a leader if you want to have performance, right? If you don't have a leader that is actually performance driven, then obviously and doesn't have soft skills, then everything ends in chaos. And we see this quite often on board our ships, unfortunately. And I think that has to do with what some have said, that we discovered this so late, so to speak, for the maritime industry.
Thanks, Leonard. So I think, as the first round is just finished, so all of us, we agree that soft skills have become more important today, now that decision making is more collaborative these days, and the power distance may have reduced from the olden days. Like Captain Karavasilis said, yes, many people didn't see Captain in the eye. So now I think it's very much required to see each other eye to eye and speak to everyone eye to eye. So that may be one soft skill. And so now for the second round, I'd like to ask you to pick one soft skill that you think is important, because let's unwrap the basket a little bit. Let's not talk about leadership right now. Let's talk about leadership in the next round. But for now, if we can pick one soft skill, and then that you think is important, why it's important, how, what happens if you don't have enough, and how can we develop it. So let's start with one soft skill each that you think is important. Captain Chawla.
You're mute.
Captain Chawla, you're still on mute.
Yeah, Captain Chawla, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I think if I were to choose one, I would pick empathy as a very important soft skill, which goes into leadership too. Because if we treat people the way we would like to be treated ourselves, then the issue of teamwork, the issue of motivation, the issue of care for our people working for us as colleagues or as juniors, I think all of that kind of falls into place if a human being has an empathetic attitude towards the colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thank you. The benefit of going early on a question like this is you get a better choice of soft skills that you can use. So sorry for Leonard at the end there, who's gonna struggle, I think. I actually think Captain Chawla took the soft skill that I had in mind. I think we could do with a great deal more of empathy at sea, and ashore, actually, not just at sea, in our professional lives. I think it would make going to sea and working at sea a slightly nicer and kinder place for all. But second to that, and to emotional intelligence, which links very closely with empathy, I think I'd have to table the very obvious one, which is communication, effective communication, because without that, without the ability to communicate with your fellow crew members, you can't achieve a great deal on board. And not just communicate, but communicate meaningfully in a common language. When we at the Institute get into discussions about mentoring and coaching and the barriers to that, to development on board, one of the greatest challenges that we hear and continually hear is the ability for people to come together and speak a common language to be able to pass on those lessons to others. And when that doesn't exist, when people can't meaningfully communicate on board, everything else falls, everything else crumbles. So communication and the ability to communicate, which is to listen, to speak and to listen with others on board would be my top one.
Thank you, Stephen. Probably next time we'll reverse the order. So, Rachit, over to you.
Thanks. Well, I would agree with Stephen. I would go very much with emotional intelligence because I personally feel that it's very important to be aware of your own personality, to be aware, control, and express one's emotion, and not only just yours, but also the people around you. And I personally feel that emotional intelligence is one which is very closely linked, be it if we talk about on having an effective communication, managing cultural diversities, knowing yourself, knowing your team will be of a great importance when we talk about on having an effective understanding and more importantly, implementation of soft skills. Yeah.
Thank you, Rachit. Captain Karavasilis.
Well, I would go for each and every one they said previously. Anyway, I will be then more practical. I will not repeat what is said. I would say we have to train our crews, and now I'm not talking only senior officers and officers, but also we have to train them about to empower their decision-making, aura, let's say. So we need to teach them or to train them, or we need to bring out of them, because everybody has this inside him or her. So we need to bring out their decision-making ability. We have to enhance it, and we have to also put more within it the emotional intelligence, empathy, cooperation, communication, and have it blossom. So when you have to make a correct decision, having taken into account what we previously mentioned, the decision will be the best at the time. So I would go for this practical advice because I cannot do anything else.
Thank you. So decision making. Thank you. Panayotis?
Well, again, most of them have been said, and really, I would go for initially I would go for communication. And the thing with any competency, either soft skill or hard skill, there's always a framework. And what do you mean about communication or empathy, and how these are intertwined? For example, you cannot have emotional intelligence if you are not a good communicator, and so on. So I would take the chance from Captain Karavasilis, and I will say that I would urge the result. I mean, if companies try to build psychological safety for their crews and empower them, I think this will bring all the soft skills that they are necessary for a functioning and safe team. I think we're going to touch more on psychological safety, but I wouldn't pick one. And if I was to pick one, that would be communication.
Sure. See, everything it's a basket, so it's not one thing. For the sake of the audience, we're just trying to unpack it and then probably put it back again towards the end of the panel. Thank you, Leonard.
Thank you so much, Captain Parani. Exactly as you said, it is a basket, and I would like to add to this basket the ability to critically self-reflect. And this is something that we see quite often is missing in leaders. So we have a lot of data on this. So one of the things that we can see is that 15 to 20% of senior officers suffer from what we call hubris. So that is definitely one of the things where what I would add to the basket. So I think and that is also the starting point, so to speak, to having more empathy, as Captain Traveller has rightfully said. And it is also another starting point for having a better communication, understanding that maybe my standpoint is biased. Maybe I'm not too correct about something. Maybe I do not have the full information set. There's actually one of the things that we see very, very often is how many times, especially senior officers, think that they have a full information set, while actually part of the crew, the ratings, maybe the people, maybe the bosun who's directly on deck, they actually have a more complete point of view. So that is why I would add critical self-reflection to that basket. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonard. So since we have finished the round, I'll just recap for the sake of our audience the soft skills that our panelists mentioned. These are empathy, communication, emotional intelligence, decision making, psychological safety, and the ability to self-reflect. Thank you. So we did say that we'll speak about leadership in the second round, or the third round of questions. So can we, should we say that leadership is a combination, good leadership is a combination of having all these soft skills, or would you see that as a separate soft skill in itself? And how important do you think leadership is for safety on board? Captain Chawla?
Yeah, hi. I think it's a combination of various skills, and there have been many studies about what kind of leadership is most effective. And unfortunately, at least from whatever I have read, I don't think the experts have, focused on any one style being perfect for everybody. I mean, that would be like making clones of all the successful leaders. But that doesn't happen because all of us are subject to our own emotional state internally, and the same person may act in different ways. And also dealing with another human being may require a different, I always say to my juniors, you need a different key. Each human being is like a different lock, and you have a different key for each human being. So with some, it may work that having a one-to-one discussion privately may work in a style of leadership to understand each other. With another human being, it may be that they only are more open in a collective place, that, that's their style. So I would say that leadership is all about knowing yourself, which I agree with the previous speakers about self-awareness. And the second one is to be willing to engage with each person in your team on an individual basis to getting to know them. Sometimes speaking more about their families and about their emotional issues or state at that time is more important than discussing a technical issue to build up the trust that is needed between each other for good teamwork, for instance. So leaders, I think, in my opinion, need to be aware that we as persons are also fallible. We have our own mistakes. And we also need to accept that each human being has their own individuality, which we need to respect very carefully. And our styles of knowing what is the correct leadership. I'm sure that great leaders certain people in history, say, take the example of Hitler. I'm sure in his own mind, he thought he was a great leader. And maybe he did do certain things to be able to motivate an entire country into his way of thinking. And maybe today in modern days, we are seeing the geopolitics of today, and the leaders, whether it be Trump or Xi Jinping or Netanyahu or Putin, they are all different. They are all managing their own countries in whatever way, which we may agree, disagree on it. But they are all different. So I don't think there's a single point of or single methodology of leadership. And it's got to be one-to-one, human to human, heart to heart. that is the best way of being able to deal with the leadership that is required. Thank you.
Thanks, Captain Chawla. Stephen, your views on leadership, please.
Yeah, I think Captain Chawla set the scene very nicely there, actually. And just to add to that, I would say that the experience alone is no guarantee that individuals will have effective soft skills. We've all seen that chief officer promoted to master, and as a chief officer, they were superb, really good at handling cargo. But when they took up that leadership position on board, really struggled. So I think this doesn't just come by having experience. It has to be something that is worked upon developing, both through formal training and education, but also that self-awareness and that need to self-develop and commit to your own growth and development. How do you, as the leader on board, that person who will single-handedly be mostly responsible for setting the tone, for setting the example, for showing what good practice looks like to the rest of the crew on board, how do you create that space for open communication, respectful dialogue? How do you solicit feedback, make people feel safe to look you in the eye, as we heard earlier, to challenge the norms, to see what happens when bad behavior is exhibited, and the transparency around that? Well, that starts with the leadership, that starts with those at the top. And I think that's a really, really important and fundamental position on board. So yeah, it starts with leadership, and it doesn't come by chance.
Thanks, Stephen. Rachit?
So, in my view, I think what I have experienced is leadership on board is actually missing. And to a great extent, I think we from shore are responsible, because now we have started micromanaging so much that there is not much opportunity we give for the vessel staff to function. Yeah. So I would like to divide leadership into two parts, and the first responsibility comes is on the office side. When we talk about the office leadership, when we talk about leadership, knowledge and behavior, I think we all talk about soft skills. It's very important that we in the office first understand why it is important, and then how we are planning to integrate that into the vessel operation. Unless and until we integrate, it's very difficult to get the fruits of the soft skills. So it's very important that as a leader in the office, we need to set a platform. We need to set a platform in terms of providing a good understanding, providing a good platform, providing a good training. To the vessel staff, before we expect our leaders on board the vessel to work as per our expectations. So I would say it's a need. I think it's late, but it's a good time for us to take a step back and look into how we would like to embrace this in our organization with a top-down approach.
Thank you, Rachit. Captain Karavasilis, what does the P&I world think about leadership at sea and generally in the maritime industry?
Well, we think, I think, let alone the UK P&I Club, but I think that our leaders on board ships for the last many years have been in hypnosis. I believe that communication did both good and bad, as Rashid said previously. And as I say, we, shore personnel, managed to take all the responsibility from the vessel and put it in our offices, and then we leave the vessel actually without any leadership, because on any small little trouble, we said to them, you should call us in the office. So we would take care of this. And now this is changing, as we all say, yes, we have to make our leaders to get out of their hypnosis, and we are the first that we need to change. And of course, as Captain Chavla said, every leader and every style of leadership is different. So as a generic, let's say, thing, I would say that a good leader has to evolve, has to adapt, has to listen. And, you know, and what we mentioned before again about the soft skills, he should take bits and parts from everything and create his own personality. Good personality in order to be able to deal and cope with situations that may arise on board.
Thank you, Captain Karavasilis. Panayotis?
Well, I will speak as a training manager. And what I've seen is that no amount of training, simulator, e-learning, or whatever can replace the influence of a strong and supportive leader on board. I mean, I've seen people thrive because they had a good captain or a good second engineer that really mentored them and, you know, really grew them. The problem about it is that usually mentorship happens on board by chance. I mean, it's just people that they really felt to grow themselves by their own. So if we are to move forward, mentorship needs to be intended, and we need to build a framework for it. And I will reflect back to Captain Karavasilis that, you know, you need to empower people at the end of the day. And leadership is not about rank, it's about responsibility. So you need to give back this responsibility to the people, and, you know, you have to give them the tools and let them grow.
Thank you, Panayotis. Leonard?
I think that leadership is essentially more than just the, so to speak, the sum of all soft skills. I think there is more to it, and then Captain Karavasilis has actually mentioned this very rightfully, that you have to be an authentic leader. So you have to find your own style. You have to, so it's not that you can just learn a skill set and maybe learn how to apply it. And of course, that is very important, that you get tools and you choose from these tools, that you learn these tools properly, and then you see what fits for me. That is one side of it. So, and that can be trained and that can be helped, obviously. But it's also that you have to self-develop, as others have said, that you essentially need to be an authentic leader, because only that builds trust, right? So if I'm not my authentic self, if, let's say, suddenly I stop swearing, then people get totally confused. The people that know me, the people that are on board with me, they know me good enough. Okay, well, why he suddenly stops to swear? Okay, this is not him, right? He's now playing a role, and that is something that if you're not yourself, then obviously people do actually see that. People can feel it, and then essentially you lose their trust because they see that you're just playing a role. So actually, it's actually, funnily enough, one of the biggest issues in many corporate cultures, and that leaders are not allowed to be themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Very interesting round. So I'll again sum up. So we agreed that each person is different, and we need to approach the acquisition of soft skills or the embracing of soft skills and leadership differently. We also heard that the leader needs to lead by example, and that's something the person should display. You know, just by display of his own behavior, he can inspire and motivate. And we also agreed that we need to start at the top. So starting from the shore office, inspire and assist then the ship to elevate their leadership. And leaders need to evolve and adapt and bring their own personality to the table. And lack of mentorship could be an issue, and we need to promote that, to promote soft skills and leadership. And last but not least, to bring your own authentic self. And also Leonard summed it up very well by saying that leadership is not just the sum of all soft skills, it is that extra special secret sauce that flavors life on board and makes a big difference in the way ships are operated safely. Perfect. So this actually kind of sets up for the next half of the panel. So the first half of the panel so far was to try and frame the situation, to agree on what soft skills are, and to agree on that this is how we should look at it, which is perfect. From now on, let's look at how to improve things. What are the solutions that we have at hand? So, before we go to the solutions, I'll actually frame my question in maybe a two-part question. Okay, so it's going to be more or less like what should we do about it to improve the soft skills, right? But of course, I will break it down into three different parts. What should IMO do about it? IMO / non-governmental organizations like Nautical Institute, what should they do about soft skills and leadership? And secondly, I would ask what companies should do about leadership, companies, P&I clubs, consultants, what they should do about improving the situation. And lastly, we would wrap it up with what seafarers should do about developing their own leadership, because improving soft skills is not something that can be thrust or it can be examined. Unlike STCW, you could sit for a paper and score and pass. But for soft skills, like I think it was probably Captain Chawla who mentioned, the same person could be a different person on another day. So you could pass a soft skill test sitting in an office, but on the ship when you have the liner, having a leak, or you have a malfunction of the radar, or there's a sick, you're shot one hand, the situation could change a lot. So what should seafarers themselves do about changing the leadership? So that's going to be the last question. But let's start with the first one. What should IMO, / NGOs, how can they look at developing leadership? Also considering that each person is different. How do you go about it? Captain Chawla.
Okay, three parts, right? So part one, what can IMO and the regulatory bodies do? I think all that they need to do is to allow a certain period of time, another course, X number of hours, that needs to cover the important subject of soft skills. Once they have made a requirement to allow that in the syllabus of IMO model courses 7 series 7.01234, I think their job more or less is over because they're creating the framework. Next comes the responsibility of the company. Their job is to provide the training to their staff with respect to human factors. And unfortunately, in our industry, a lot of companies still do what I would call compliance training. We put someone through a course, whether that is classroom or online, we check off a box in the checklist to say done, they are now trained for human factors. But here, I have a very different view generally in the sense that the individual's behavior, I actually have done a paper on this and with a diagram about it, and I'll see if I can search it by the time the panel finishes to be able to show it. But the main thing is that an individual's behavior is dependent also on the organizational culture and organizational factors. Our individual behaviors could be is a combination of what psychologists call nature and nurture. So we are born maybe with some genetics of certain kind, which there is recent research which says that getting angry could also be a genetic coding somewhere in our genes. And there's all of these discussions about the part of the brain, the flight and run and kind of stuff. So that's the science of the genetics of how we could be different. But then each individual is, let's say, the output of that person's thinking is dependent on social, economic background, kind of schooling, kind of peer group that they are in. So what we become as a human being in terms of our character is quite dependent on our own experiences in life. And as an example, if you grow up in a multinational city like Hong Kong, your thinking might be more international citizen rather than national citizen. And in some countries, people are very pro-national, right? So on a macro level. So all I'm saying is that the individual is affected by their experiences as they grow up in life. But when we come into the working environment, what really happens is, what is the culture in the company, of the organization? Do they respect empowerment? Do they respect empathy? Do they expect their masters and chief engineers to follow a path of collaborative management? Do they have processes for the right kind of safety meetings and um, all of the other things that we do? And what is the difference between what they say and what they do? I mean, a company could be giving training about, empathy, as in my favorite topic. And we say, but do they show the empathy with the seafarers? Because the seafarer watches what you do rather than what you say. And so that organizational culture affects the behavior of the individual. So companies need to practice what they preach and what they expect out of their leaders. So that's the responsibility of the company. Coming to
Probably can we come back to the seafarers in a separate round?
Okay, fine. I'll hold my thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I've got a three-pronged sort of answer to this. I think at the international level, at the IMO level, there needs to be, well, certainly there needs to be a greater acknowledgement of the importance of soft skills and the integration of soft skills into seafarer training in general. I don't think it can be a bolt-on 5-day course as it's currently done so often. And the IMO regulation needs to be much more outcome and goal-based and less prescriptive as it is today, such that when the ink is dry on the page, the course and the regulation is already out of date. I think second to that, industry bodies, and within that I include NGOs, professional associations and so forth. We need to step up to share with the maritime community what good looks like. Provide the good examples, provide the tools and the training and the education that the industry needs to really master this, to conquer it, to start a conversation, to build a strategy, to understand what the soft skills are, how they develop, how you maintain them and grow them throughout your life. And then third of all is the companies. How do we take the framework, the tools, the information that's available to us, and how do we implement that at a local level with the people that we employ, with the cultural dimensions and differences that will exist, and involve those people. Don't create strategies without involving the people it will affect. That would be my approach.
Thank you, Stephen. Rachit?
Yep, thanks. I believe that soft skills now, this is something which is a need of an hour. The world is around us has changed, and it's changing very rapidly. So my piece of recommendation to policy makers would be, definitely there's a need for us to make a drastic change. Firstly, to incorporate digital competencies that is something which is really needed in our industry. Enhance soft skills training, as Captain Charles said. We need to include this as a part of our minimum, training requirements. It's also very important that we adapt to the changing safety standards. We have a wealth of data from the past incidents, accidents, that has given us a very good indication of the need of having these soft skills training. So that is something which is very, very important. And another thing we need to work on would be also the flexible training approaches. Now, there's so much digitalization happening. I think there should be a mix of traditional as well as the digital learning methods. That is something which the policymakers should look into. When it comes to training centers, consultants, I think it's very important for us first to understand what are we trying to deliver and how are we doing it. So we have a very, very important role to play, because we are the one who are delivering this message, the understanding to the company, to the seafarers. So why this is important, that is something which is very, very important. Before we talk about how to do it, why is something which is very, very important, because that will lead to the company to make their systems. And system is something which is very, very important before we can talk about implementation. So having a good system in place, having a good training program, a comprehensive training program which includes both technical and soft skills, is something which is very important to ensure that crew are well-rounded and adaptable. That is something which is very important. And then the continuous learning. So that is something which is very important for the company to adapt. So that's what I would like to say.
Thanks, Rachit. Captain Karavasilis.
Well, as far as policymakers are concerned, such as, let's say, IMO or any other national or international institutions, that they make the rules. I think this should be less bureaucratic, more pragmatic, be part of this evolving and changing rapidly evolving and changing world, and be there, because as Stephen mentioned before, when something comes out, it is already obsolete and something else needs to replace it.
Yes.
As far as other international bodies are concerned, I think that many of us, inclusive of clubs, we have identified the issue. Let's say, for example, TMSA, Dry BMS, SIRE 2.0, they've put the human element in their systems and how to evaluate soft skills. We as club, we identified this since 2019, 2020, and we are providing our memberships free of charge aviation training about leadership and human resource management, not BRM, not ECDIS. We don't confuse those things. It is solely decision making, leadership, soft skills. And we took this from aviation. We cooperate with CAE, who is the leader in providing training to aviation, inclusive of the United States Air Force. So we take their expertise and experience and we try to input it into our to connect it to our business. So we are there, I think, non policymaker bodies, let's say, are more adaptable to the situation. We think more because we are pragmatic, we are into the market, and we are not somewhere, in New York, in London, or in Geneva, looking at the weather. And I think that we first, as institutions, let's say independent institutions, we can start the change. And that's it from me.
Thank you, Captain Karavasilis. Panayotis, your views on improving on a policy level?
really pinned it down. The IMO, they're revising STCW now until it finishes. I don't know what will be the effect of it. And not even for soft skills. I mean, there are other things that really are burning things like new fuels, and still we don't know where we are heading. So for sure, IMO, if it could be more flexible and legislate quicker, but I'm not very optimistic about it. Now the other organizations, I think they are already playing the big part, and they are the ones that they cater. Intertanko, the big CAV is one of, I think, a great framework, and I would urge anyone that even outside the tanker business to look into it and how to integrate, which comes to us, the companies, which we are called to integrate all that in our systems. And I think that we have a very varying result depending on the mentality. Don't forget that most of the things for a shipping company, it's let's say a tick box exercise. To the effect of soft skills and to have any meaning, it cannot be a tick box exercise. It has to be, I would second whoever said that you need to involve the people. You need to grow these things in the culture of your company in order to really integrate them and actually make sense. So you need people to buy in to this thing. It's very indicating that most of the tanker companies, we do psychometrics, for example. And if you ask the majority of the crewing departments, they don't even know how to read them. So I think a big part falls with us, the companies, and we actually have the responsibility, irrespective of the legislator.
Thank you. Thank you, Panayotis. And of course, the psychometric tests, I believe, are for a general population, and and if it's a personality test, I don't know how well they are suited to the maritime environment. But anyway, I will ask Leonard to also share his views, please.
Of course. I think that IMO and regulatory bodies, I think the one thing that they should actually do is be less restrictive. So one of the things, as an example, we still have this very, very restrictive rank system that we basically can't go away from. And we know that more and more automation is coming. So we will actually have more and more specialist roles in the future on board a ship. Will it make sense that everybody has to go from cadet to third mate to second mate to? Maybe not. So that might be one of the things that I actually expect from the regulatory bodies, that they start being less restrictive in this, and then also allow for, and that would allow for much better development of soft skills, because we do not need to focus on each and every set of hard skills individually. That's the first part. From the industry bodies, the one thing that I would actually like them to do is to have a moratorium and once and for all agree on one language and, so to speak, one industry best practice. Because what we currently see is that Shell, an example, calls it resilience, others call it psychological safety, and then we have even other words for that. So that is really confusing for somebody who is, as Captain Koukoumelis has pointed out, is sitting in a crewing office and tries to make sense out of it, right? And in terms of companies, what I think that most companies are actually doing pretty well in trying to navigate this jungle. And as far as I can see, that the companies that we visit, they really do put in the effort. There is no doubt about that. I think what many companies would help is a clearer strategy to where they actually want to be in the end. That is sometimes a little bit where they are, I think there's too much uncertainty, so to speak, for a company to actually put out a clear strategic goal. Where do I want to be in terms of leadership and soft skills, psychological safety on board my ships? And that leads to very vague and sometimes just on paper commitment, so to speak, for soft skills. But really, I can't see too much fault in the companies, actually. I think it is really mostly the industry bodies, the bigger ones, not the Nautical Institute, and the regulatory bodies that do not decide on language, systematic approach, and regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So again, very interesting round, and I'll sum it up. So all of us agree that more needs to be done at every level, starting with the IMO and the non-governmental organizations and companies. But as Leonard said, it's good to have a common meeting place to agree on a strategy and how we should take this forward. How should this training be delivered? Is a 5-day training enough? Or like Rachit mentioned, should it also be continuous training, and to find a new kind of framework which consists of self-reflection and being able to do it continuously and mix different elements and different training strategies together. As Captain Chawla mentioned, right now, a lot of it, what is being done is compliance training, and we need to go beyond that. And as Stephen mentioned, we do need to set clear goals where we want to see the industry in terms of soft skills and leadership, and then work towards it, not just push out something for the sake of it. Very good point. So we've covered how we can develop soft skills and leadership from an organizational point of view. But like I mentioned earlier as well, we also need the participation of seafarers. And seafarers who are listening to this, this next question is specially for them. So it's going to be our last round. So for our seafarers, what is your closing message to them? How should they think about soft skills? How should they think about leadership? How should they develop soft skills and leadership? And how should they think and strategize about it? So over to you, Captain Chawla. Sorry for cutting you off earlier, but there you go.
The seafarer in general, as they progress up the ranks, are interested in improving their own leadership skills. Most of the time, traditionally, it is by observing their previous leaders. And that, I think, is a human nature or even animal nature, right? We learn, right? Monkey see, monkey do. So that kind of thinking is what was how leadership styles evolved in the past. And if you analyze leadership skills over the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, etc., there was a phase where autocratic leadership styles were considered very good. Chrysler, the famous leader of Chrysler, Ian Cook, forgetting his second name. Anyway, so the seafarers have been learning more through mentoring, which the good masters and chief engineers would do. But that's kind of a dying skill now and out at sea, because everything is faster, lack of time, lack of inclination, and mentoring, which was a way of teaching leadership skills too, as an officer went through the ranks, has become less and less available to people. So the seafarer of today, needs to be given the framework of going through leadership courses, which the company should facilitate. However, there has to be one important characteristic from a seafarer is willingness to learn. Training should not, a lot of training does not become effective in implementation of preventing incidents, because people come into training with the idea, this is another piece of paper that I need to sit through 5 days, maybe do a silly multiple choice question exam and pass it and get my piece of paper that I am now trained for this. But leadership is not something of like a technical competency. The Intertanko BCAP model that was mentioned, I was part of that group. There are 6 domains and 24 sub-competencies in that, right? And an individual needs to understand their own style in each of those sub-competencies, 24 of them, and need to devote time to try and become a better leader. And again, like everything else, there will be 20% who are the quick adopters and who want to learn, the 60% will go with what is taught to them because they've attended a course, so they learned something. And some 20% or 10% will be always difficult to say, whatever I do is right. I'm the master of the ship, and what I say, that goes. So we will always have that issue of, being able to get everybody in a company to the same page as training. Willingness to learn, let the company give the opportunity to people to learn. And if I could share the screen even at a later time, if we can figure it out, I would like to share the human performance model based on my 50 years in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Chawla. Stephen?
Yes, along similar lines to what we've just heard, really, my message to young people is, and is always, be the architect of your own career. Be hungry to learn, be curious, be keen, drive your own learning. Yes, being willing's the start, but driving your own learning is where it needs to be. Nobody is going to wake up each morning and knock on your door and drive that for you. You've got to drive it yourself. And if you do, and if you're willing and keen and curious, there's a lot of people out there, and there's a lot of goodwill in our industry for people that want to help you. We're all giving up our time today for free because we want to learn from each other, and we want to hopefully inspire the young people that are watching and to share our knowledge. And that is lifelong, from the beginning to the end. So be hungry, be curious, be willing, drive your own career. There's lots of tools out there. A lot of them are free. Some of them, like the book I mentioned earlier, are paid for. We've got to keep the lights on. But there's a lot of good information out there. And if you're hungry and you're willing to go and find it and read it and look at the good examples, talk to people around you who are willing to share it, you can really grow your own career and be the architects of your own career and set that good example that you wish you would see wherever you don't see a good example. That is within your gift. So that would be my message to young people is drive it, own it, and be the best version of yourself that you can be.
Thank you, Stephen. Very inspiring. Rachit?
Thanks. I'll add one more thing to what you said, be intrigued. I think it's important for them to also ask whys and hows. They're doing the trainings, any training doing it, any new things coming. It's important for them to understand why are we doing it and how are they going to adopt it into their day-to-day functioning on board. It's important for them to also engage in active listening. Practice listening in terms of understanding others' perspective during conversation. Ask questions to clarify and show interest in their viewpoints. It's important. Develop communication skills, be it public speaking or writing skills. Now with so much technology, social media, it's a good place to write articles, blogs, enhance your writing communication. Join organizations like Toastmaster for public speaking and improve your ability to articulate ideas clearly. Something very important. Embrace diversity. I think early in this discussion we did talk about having more and more nationalities coming on board now. So having that cultural awareness and open-mindedness is something which is very, very important. Engage with people from different backgrounds to develop empathy and understanding, and be willing to consider different perspectives and approaches. That's something which is very important. And last but not the least, network and building relations, which we see that now is almost dying on board the vessels. So that is something which is so important now, to spend some time, talk to each other, and build relations. At the same time, for the seniors, to take that opportunity to mentor your juniors. That is something which is very, very important. That's what I'd like to add.
Thank you, Rachit. Captain Karavasilis.
Well, I will take a step back and I will ask the the young seafarers that they are better informed than us, better educated, I will say, and they are more open-minded, again, because we grew up in a different era, different times. So first of all, I will say to them in advice, don't go to sea only for the money. Forget about that. Yes, the money may be better, it is not better. You think it is better. But don't go there for the money. Go there because you want to thrive through the seafaring career. Be eager to think, to learn, to listen. Stay humble. And once again, before you decide to go to sea, make sure that you want to follow this difficult, and I insist, difficult and lonely path in life. You know, we started back in the 90s with 22 persons on board. 2000, they went 16, 18. Now, in the very near future, we will see 8, 6, 4. This is coming, I think, within the next 10 to 20 years, 4 would be enough. Due to artificial intelligence, neuroship, you know, all this kind of technology that is coming. So it is a very difficult, very well rewarding, not on monetary terms, but it is rewarding to look at the sunset in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You know, it pierces your soul. And it is a very important profession and is getting better. But think first, so to all young seafarers and to the older chaps like me, try to adapt, try to mentor, as we mentioned earlier, try to be better, try to show the good things that sea can provide seafarers with. And, you know, the more practical things have already been told. So let's say with what I've said now.
Thank you, Captain Karavasilis. Panayotis, what is it that you tell the people, the seafarers that come to you, and how do you motivate them to enhance their soft skills and leadership?
I'll be brief, but I will second again curiosity. I think it's one of the most important. Be curious about system. I was lucky enough to have a mentor that she taught me that I have to find the first principle, why things are written there, don't take it for granted. That's the only way to learn the systems correctly and improve. Be curious about people, try to understand them, try to communicate with them, try to empathize with them. And that way you're gonna grow. People will want to be close to you. And that soft skills is not something that, you know, separate from your career. It's your career. I mean, growing soft skills, being able to work as a team effectively will open doors and will improve not only your workplace, but your well-being on board.
Thank you, Panayotis. Leonard, closing words?
Closing words are very practical advice. I would choose, if I were a young person and starting to build my soft skill repertoire, I would choose a few easy tools that suit me, that suit my leadership style or how I envision myself as a leader. And then I would focus on a very few, like 2, 3 of these tools, focus on them, implement them, train your active listening skills, how you give critical feedback, these kind of things. Just a few tools and train them until they become a habit. So you start developing good leadership habits, because essentially habits, that is exactly what will become our behavior later on, right? So if you approach soft skills Like I do approach physical exercise. That's not good. That's not how you should do this, right? You just take a decision at New Year's Eve and say, well, I will go to the gym. Some go like 3-4 times. I don't show up anyway. But don't do that. Take a few focus steps and start repeating it until it becomes a habit, until it is your behavior, and then focus on the next ones. So it works exactly the same way as physical training.
Thank you, Leonard. You've been a wonderful panel. Thank you very much. It's been a privilege to hear from you. I'll quickly sum up what you said during the last round for the benefit of our seafarers. So yes, it's up to you how you learn and develop your own soft skills. Yes, the IMO can make courses, they can provide a framework. Yes, the companies can provide training, bring you into a nice classroom and have people share the course with you. You can have P&I clubs providing aviation training. You can have also consultants providing excellent training. But ultimately, how you develop yourself is up to you. So it's about being curious. It's about observing each other. It's about reflection. It's about building those small habits day by day and improving your soft skills and leadership day by day. This recording will be available on YouTube, so you can listen to it. You can absorb the points in your, as and when you want to refresh yourself. There are also excellent resources on Safety for Sea website, which you can refer to as a starting step. And with that, we all wish you, and I'll say it on behalf of the panelists, we all wish you a safe sailing on board and a very happy Day of the Seafarer. Thank you very much.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 5th Crew Welfare Week, a very, I would say, important week that is celebrated and has to do with our seafarers. I would like to thank once again Safety for Sea for giving me the opportunity and the honor to attend and to present, especially for such important issues. So without any further ado, I will start my presentation. So this, what is very important is that nowadays the human element is at the helm, especially post-pandemic and during the pandemic of 2019. We working ashore, we bent it over the crew members, and we started taking better care of them. We used to do the job. We used to be there, all of us. We used to support the vessels. Nevertheless, we needed to do more. And I think that gradually we are doing so. And we shall explore in this presentation how training and soft skills empower our crews. And bear in mind always that ships carry cargo, but the seafarers carry responsibility. And our job for all of us working ashore is to support our crew members in order for all the commodities to go safely from point A to point B. It is evident, and I can tell from my experience working in the marine insurance industry, both in the hull machinery sector and the P&I sector, that training is not enough. And why training is not enough? First of all, the standards of the STCW are essential, but experience has showed that they're not sufficient, and unfortunately, they are becoming rapidly obsolete. There are many challenges nowadays that our seafarers are facing, such as digitalization, increasing stress. Stress was there. I remember from my seafaring career that we always used to be stressful, and we were always, we were anxious for something, but nowadays the stress has increased. Of course, there are the multicultural crews. Back in the days, back in the 90s, when I started being on board ships, we were only Greeks and another nationality, so there were not two nationalities. But evolving in my career, I saw up to 45 and more nationalities being on board ship. And especially nowadays in an evolving and changing world, soft skills have now become critical for safe and effective operations. So I will paraphrase a very well-known phrase, the rise of Skywalker, for the ones who are fans of the Star Wars. I would say the rise of the human element. And this is now, and this is where actually we have to focus, to put our extreme effort in order to make it better. And of course, IMO has understood this, and it is a key focus area. We all know you don't need to work for the insurance industry or within the insurance industry that most of the maritime incidents, above 80% maybe, they involve human factors. And soft skills impact bridge resource management, communication, and morale, which is very, very important in order for a vessel to navigate safely. And apart from soft skills, is our effort to to empower, to give motivation to our crews to do their job safely. So defining soft skill for seafarers, I think this is not something new. We didn't reinvent the wheel. Communication in all our jobs, even working ashore or on board ship, communication is of paramount importance. And we have to communicate better what we want from our crew members to do, and we need to have a better feedback from the vessel on what we ask from them, whether they find it logical, whether they can cope with that. Emotional intelligence, stress and fatigue management. This is something fairly new that came to our industry. Nevertheless, it has been existing in other industries such as aviation or big corporations here ashore. And this is something that we need to put our efforts in order to make sure that our crew members understand how to deal with that. Leadership and teamwork. We all speak and talk about officers on board ships. Nevertheless, there are the rest of the crew members, the ratings, and we need to take them also into account, and we need to stress to them how vital is the teamwork, because most of the times on deck, in the cargo holds, operating the cranes are not officers. They are the bosun, is a carpenter, ABs, so they all need to to feel that they're part of a greater team and they work together towards the common good. And of course, we need to train, and we need not only to train our crew members, but also us, that we work ashore to support the vessel on problem solving and effective decision making, especially when we are under pressure. Training evolution and best practices. Once again, I'm not going to reinvent the wheel here, or I'm going to say something extremely new or something, but we need to focus, let's say, our training programs to the soft skills and liberty. Hard skills, how to operate an engine, how to operate an EEST, how to navigate. Those are things that can be taught at school. At the end, you have exams, you have workshops, so you can assess on whether an individual is a good captain or a good engineer, or should become a good captain and good engineer. But what is not taught nowadays at schools is leadership especially, and other soft skills. We all know, we've all been there, that trainings can be particularly boring. And somebody to have an instructor like me, let's say, talking to you about the subject for hours and hours is boring, and then we lose the attendees. So we need to have scenario-based learning and role play. We need to change the way we train our crew members, both officers and ratings, in order to make it more interesting for them. We need to come a step down. We need to get in their boots. We need to make it more interesting. We need to make it more scenario-based. We need them to participate more. And this is something that big corporations have already adopted. And of course, cross-functional drills for team cohesion. Mental health and resilience, once again, very important. And once again, we've been doing that since 2019. And what studies have shown is that well-being is part of safety. If you feel good when you're on board, you perform better. Peer support and awareness campaigns, those starting from the company, going down to the vessel. And of course, initiatives that big organizations such as the KPI Club take, for example, ISVAN and others. What is most important, one of the most important things that we have to take into account is the role of the master and the senior officers on board ships. Back in the days, we used to say that the captain was the god, the captain knew everything, he was not to be questioned. Nevertheless, now things have changed. We need always to go and ask questions. We need to talk to the captain, talk to the chief engineer, talk to the senior officers on board, and and we have to make sure that when we train our senior officers, that we have to put in their minds that their good or bad leadership shape on board culture. Mentoring and listening always matter, and this is the new way of training crew. And of course, constructive feedback fosters trust. So we need not only to hear from our senior officers, but also from the crew, and to have a feedback how crew feel for the senior officers and vice versa, and all of them to the officers, not only us, but also the crew as well. Tools and recommendations to do that, of course, the soft skills should be taken into account in appraisals, not only the hard skills, not only if he's a good engineer or he's a good captain, navigating or loading or, whatever. Nevertheless, we have to appraise also the soft skills of our leaderships. As I mentioned before, we have to have role-based scenarios. So we need to make our training better, like a game maybe, why not, in order to have all our crew involvement. And of course, we have to input into our safety systems within our ISM system, the mentoring and the well-being. most of the companies do that, but we need to do more. And rest assured that this is coming. You know, the RightShip, IBMS, TNSA, all those, let's say, kind of audits, if I may say so, they do include in their latest versions all of those. So the future of our industry has to be human-centric. We have to honor the seafarer with meaningful support. We have to enhance soft skills and foundations, and we have to understand that well-being on board ship is very well connected with the safety on board ships. And of course, we have redefined the competence to include character, soft skills, leadership, and other things as such. I want again to point out that hard skills can be taught. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you again, Safety4Sea, for giving me the honor and the opportunity to talk about this very important issue. Have a nice evening.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to this presentation on soft skills. Start off with a little disclaimer, perhaps. Some of the things I'll be talking about, there's nothing new in that, but the key thing and the reason why I wanted to talk about this today is to remind ourselves of the fact why we need to continuously talk about soft skills. It is very much common knowledge, and we know that soft skills are built on top of hard skills. But the key thing with this presentation is to show the direct link between soft skills, psychological safety, and the end performance. But let's start off with a very brief presentation about who we are in Green Jacobsen. We are a maritime consultancy. We've been doing it for more than 20 years. We specialize in human performance. We like to say that we work with human assets, not human resources, meaning that companies implement quite significant strategies to maintain the capital assets, the financial assets, and we want to emphasize that you need to do the same with your humans. My name is Milas Green. I'm a UK representative and commercial manager here in London. I don't have a shipping background myself. I've studied business, finance, and trade. But the main reason I'm here today is actually some of the points we'll be talking about. I've grown up with the Green Jacobsen family my entire life. My father was one of the people that started the company. And previously, I worked with data and how data can help to drive business growth. And I was really fascinated by how soft skills can be linked with data and how we can use the right data to visualize where we are going with our soft skills. So when the company started to explore more data-driven routes, I was really fascinated by the vast utility and the need for particularly this industry. So my ambition is simply to better analyze and better visualize the meaning and implication of soft skills, and particularly how it relates to performance directly. So that was a very brief intro. But let's start off with what soft skills are and why they are important. Because soft skills are not just important, not just there to improve individual interactions, but they really establish cultural and emotional sort of rock in which psychological safety is built. So by promoting empathy, respect for one another, open dialogue, an open and trusted environment. Soft skills essentially make it possible for teams to collaborate and thrive in very complex and changing environments, especially something we see in this industry. Also, and especially when things go wrong. I think linking to a lot of the things I'll be talking about today, which is psychological safety and the impact that soft skills has on psychological safety, just be clear to outline what psychological safety actually is, a few misconceptions, but it is essentially a shared belief among team members that it is safe to express your ideas, to admit mistakes perhaps without the fear of negative consequences, to speak up if you see something that doesn't look right. A really good word for psychological safety in my mind, and this is something that Shell uses, is resilience. So essentially it's a matter of how resilient are we and how resilient is and are our teams. Let's kick things off with a little sports analogy, because we all like sports, at least some of us do, and how soft skills help to drive performance, also in the sports world. The gentleman you see on the right is Esko Epperson. He's a 5-time Olympic rowing medalist. So he rowed at the Olympics. Last year we did a podcast with him. And as Esko said, at an Olympic race, even though everyone pulls the oar as hard as they can, possibly can, it's pretty much to no avail if the timing, the balance, the team dynamics, leadership at that time is not exactly right. So a key thing that he mentioned was the two scenarios when it comes to performance. And the first thing is good results, but with poor performance. And then on the other hand, you have bad results with good performance. And what we're really looking for is good results with good performance. And that essentially means that the end result doesn't actually matter in the long run, especially if your performance to get there isn't continuously improved along the way. I think that's a really good analogy for what we'll be talking about today. He mentioned when he started early in his career, they were about to compete against an Italian team, and they were very confident because they knew they actually could pull the oar probably the hardest compared to many of the other teams. So they were very confident. But when it came to the race, they were left massively by the Italians, not particularly because they could pull the oar more hard, but because they had a better team dynamic. They had better team communication on board, and that's something he really took on. And I think that's a very valid point for our industry as well. Let's look at a more detailed approach to this, and essentially looking at KPIs in rowing and KPIs in maritime, and then linking that to performance influencing factors, soft skills in this case. So one of the KPIs you can have in rowing is time. That's obviously one of the major things. You can measure your strokes per minute, your rowing machine, watts output, the weight of the hull, your daily calorie intake. Those are very clear KPIs. But what actually gets you to a really, really good performance are the soft skills, the performance influencing factors. So you're probably familiar with performance influencing factors from SIRE. And here he talked about the balance, the feel of the boat, the communication in the team, and indeed the team culture. If you didn't get these things right, you were simply not going to be able to perform as well as you could. And we can do the same thing in maritime. We can look at lost time accident frequency as a KPI. And by that, we can also look at toolbox talk frequencies, safety equipment deficiencies, non-compliance observations, ports and control vetting results, and so on. But what actually leads to a consistently good port state control? What leads to consistently having good toolbox talks? Well, that comes down to psychological safety. Is the team psychologically safe? Is there a good team cohesion? Is the crew good at communicating with each other? And especially, are there clear directions from the leadership? How good is the leaders on board? Our senior officers, how good are they at communicating to the rest of the team? And to take things a little bit further on how we can measure soft skills and how we can link that directly with psychological safety and in the end actual performance, I'd like to draw your attention to this slide. And this is essentially a snippet from a survey that we did from one of our clients. It's a measure of communication, and in this case, it's a measure of the safety leadership on board, work atmosphere, leaders' openness towards different opinions. Looking at the score here, it's quite clear that the overall score looks all right. But if we look a little bit deeper, we can see that the things that are going on behind the scenes, so the things that are influencing the performance, are actually not going particularly well. So this essentially is the direct implication of poor soft skills. This graph you see here is a measure from the survey, which is an anonymous survey, which shows the leader's ability to encourage open communication. You can see the ranks down here. You can see the senior officers as the squares, the junior officers as the triangles, and the ratings as the diamonds. And looking here, there's a massive spread in between the perception of the leader's ability to encourage open communication. So what we see is that the ratings, and particularly the junior officers, simply directly disagree with how good the leaders are at communicating. And the more worrying thing is that the leaders here, in this case, think they are doing really, really well. So it's a very clear sign of complacency. We can look at another element of the study, which was the leader's ability to give clear directions of on safety. And it's the same story. We can see there's a massive disalignment. So there is simply a lot of difference between how the leaders perceive themselves and how the rest of the crew perceives the leader's ability to give clear directions on safety. And what does that mean in real life? Well, it means that the crew is simply not aligned, and we do not have a good level of communication on board. And when that happens, well, something like this, where this vessel failed the port state control. We did alert the company, and as we saw before, looking at the overall figures, it looks okay, but going down underneath and looking at the soft skills that really influence performance here is what dragged down the performance in the end. One that I think is really, really key, and one of the final things I want to say, is that developing soft skills never stop. And soft skills, as I said in the beginning, and as we all know, are built on top of hard skills. So it's not one thing that takes the place of another. What we know is that behavioral change takes time. Context change all the time. Our teams change all the time. So soft skills have to be practiced in many, many different contextual scenarios for it to take effect and to be really embedded into the organization, and in this case, the crew. What you're seeing here is a company report from surveys that we did for a very good client of ours that we've worked with for many years. But here you can see the measure of safety leadership in this company. And we can see that it doesn't just go from red to green. Suddenly, it takes a long time to work with the leader's ability, for example, to give clear direction of safety. It takes a long time to establish leaders and establish their ability to create a trusting and open atmosphere. And so it's these continuous improvements, hence why we need to keep on developing soft skills. We need not just to have the right training, but we need to encourage open and trusting dialogues on board to encourage psychological safety. So in the end, we can really, really see the improvements and performance. And on the right side here, you can see this company's lost time accident frequency over nearly 8 years. And you can see the effect has followed. But that doesn't mean the need for effort never ends. But you can see the lost time accident frequency has steadily been reduced. Of course, there was COVID, but we can really see that by working with these things, I'm not saying this is the only thing, but by working with soft skills, we can see the direct implication it has on performance. So what are the key takeaways from this presentation? It is a very brief presentation, but my key takeaways would be that we can build soft skills. It takes time, but we need to build them on top of our hard skills, our processes, and our procedures. And they are very much dynamically evolving. The more we practice, the more we try out different scenarios. So context really matters. Soft skills has to be practiced in many different scenarios as teams changes, and by doing that, we can see the effect in the long run. And we know, and this is the most important thing, that there are direct implications of good soft skills on company-wide performance. And again, there is nothing new about the things that I've been talking about today, but I think the key message is that it's so important that we keep on talking about this. I know the industry is heading in the direction, but we need to keep talking about it so we can continuously improve the well-being of our seafarers and indeed of our organization. Thank you very much for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, honored colleagues and friends, I'm honored and happy to support Safety for Sea during this important Crew Welfare Week to discuss a vital and often underrepresented aspect of the maritime industry, crew welfare, with special focus on the invaluable contributions of women in maritime and its role in shaping a better future in maritime. My presentation is outlined as shown. I'll be giving a brief introduction, acknowledging the changing face of maritime, meaning spectrum impacts and aspects of crew welfare, the crucial role of women in enhancing crew welfare, its challenges and opportunities, the path forward, collective call to action, and the concluding remarks. The maritime industry is the backbone of global trade, transporting approximately 80% of the world's goods. Yet, behind the scenes, our crews, the men and women, work tirelessly to keep this vital industry afloat. While much attention has been given to safety, logistics, and technology, crew welfare remains a cornerstone that ensures not only the efficiency, but also the humanity of maritime operations. Today, I want to highlight the crucial role that women play in transforming maritime crew welfare and how their inclusion and empowerment can lead to a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable industry. Timely, this week is dedicated to recognizing and reinforcing our collective commitment to the well-being, safety, and dignity of all seafarers. It is a time to reflect on our progress, acknowledge the challenges, and most importantly, envision a future where every crew member feels valued, supported, and empowered. Traditionally, the maritime industry has been seen as a male-dominated domain. Yet over the years, we have witnessed a remarkable transformation. More women are breaking barriers, stepping into roles both on shore and at sea, and making impactful contributions. Women in maritime bring new perspectives. They're not only diversifying our workforce, but also enriching it. Their presence brings empathy, collaboration, resilience, and leadership. And these are essential for fostering a positive onboard environment and addressing crew welfare holistically. Crew welfare is the heart of maritime success. If crew is happy, so is his vessel or ship workplace. Crew welfare refers to the positive well-being, mental health, safety, and overall quality of life of seafarers working on ships or vessels on the seas. It encompasses a broad spectrum: physical health, mental well-being, safety, fair treatment, and work-life balance. It directly impacts not only the well-being of individual crew members, but also the overall safety, efficiency, and reputation of maritime operations. The key aspects on crew welfare include mental health support to address their isolation, stress, and fatigue, fair working conditions to ensure their adequate rest, nutrition, and safety, family and social connectivity to facilitate their communication with loved ones, and career development and empowerment to provide for their training and growth opportunities. Women at sea and within maritime organizations play a pivotal role in shaping a welfare environment that is inclusive, compassionate, and sustainable. Their efforts include championing mental health and well-being, recognizing the emotional toll of seafaring life, and implementing support systems tailored to the unique challenges faced by all crew members. Advocating for fair treatment and equal opportunities, ensuring policies that protects the rights and dignity of all crew members and recognize diverse needs. Fostering or enhancing communication, connection, and support networks, that is, bridging the distance between crew members and their families, especially crucial during extended voyage. Leading initiatives for safety and health, promoting best practices and inclusive safety standards. Their leadership and advocacy that influence policy, safety standards, and welfare programs help create onboard environments where every individual feels safe, respected, and motivated. While progress has been made, challenges remain, like the cultural stereotypes and gender biases continue to act as barriers. There is limited representation of women at sea, limited opportunities for women at sea, and there's also lack of tailored welfare programs that address diverse needs. However, these challenges present or open avenues for opportunities, the opportunities for innovation and growth. Promoting gender diversity enhances team cohesion and problem solving. Developing targeted welfare solutions or initiatives ensures inclusivity. Cultivating a culture of respect and equal opportunity benefits the entire industry. To truly prioritize crew welfare, we must embed gender equality and inclusivity into maritime policies and practices. This includes encouraging more women to pursue maritime careers, providing comprehensive support systems for all crew members, recognizing and celebrating the contributions of women in maritime, and fostering collaboration between industry, governments, and organizations to develop best practices. As we celebrate Crew Welfare Week, let us reaffirm our commitment to support and empower women in maritime careers, to strengthen welfare programs that cater to the needs of all crew members, to foster a culture of respect, safety, and inclusion on board and ashore, and to recognize and amplify the contributions of women who are shaping a better maritime future. In closing, the future of maritime depends on our collective dedication to crew welfare and gender equality. Women are not just part of the industry, they are vital to its progress and resilience. Their voices, leadership, and compassion are essential in building a maritime world where every seafarer feels valued and supported. Let us continue to work together, the industry leaders, policymakers, crew members, and advocates, to ensure that Crew Welfare Week is more than just a celebration, but a catalyst for lasting change. Thank you, and here's to a brighter, more inclusive future for all seafarers. Thank you and mabuhay to all.
Good day and welcome to the Safety for Seas Women in Shipping panel. My name is Carleen Leiden Walker, and I wear a lot of hats in this industry. I'm CEO of Morgan Marketing and Communications. I'm co-founder and CEO of NAMEPA, North American Marine Environment Protection Association. I'm Chief Evolution Officer of Shipping Insight. I'm CEO of Sea Train Technology. I'm a managing partner of MAR, Maritime Accelerator for Resilience, and I'm sure there are a few more, but I want to keep you awake. One of the things that's most important to me is I am a woman in shipping, and I'm a proud woman in shipping, and frankly, I'm delighted that I was instrumental in bringing WISTA to the United States, and I'm still a member there. I'm also a member of WEMAC, Women in Maritime Association, Caribbean. We have got wonderful participants today, and I'm delighted to welcome all of them. But before we go into that, I just want to do some preliminary notes. I am so honored and pleased to be part of this panel and to be moderating this panel. But I have to tell you, it is a challenge to be an American in these times, when it feels as though policies are trying to cancel more than 50% of our population. Other challenges illuminate the work that we must do to make our industry more attractive to women. In the US, there is actively reflecting an intolerance for sexual abuse and assault. This intolerance needs to infuse the entire ship, company, and industry. Also, as reported in the recently released IMO WISTA 2024 report, Women in Maritime Survey, only 1% of active seafarers are women. Only 5% of the student body around the world are women, and only 19% in total of the industry are women. As the Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez said, diversity is not just a goal, it is a necessity for innovation, sustainability, and long-term prosperity. Before I move to our panelists, I want to share a real-world example from a month ago. I held a conference in Washington, D.C., where a female maritime high school student told us she was accepted into a maritime academy in the U.S. But when she found out that it was only 9% women, she decided not to go to that maritime academy and instead went to a mainstream college. At that same event was a leader of a U.S. maritime labor organization who explained to her that back when he joined this industry about 50 years ago, women were housewives. So she can't expect too much to change in such a short amount of time. I hope that that narrative is inaccurate, and I hope that narrative will change and change quickly for the good of our industry and reflect the many contributions that women and men make for our industry. So now I'm not going to introduce our panelists. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. And I'm going to start with a dear friend of mine, Sanjam Gupta. Sanjam?
Thank you, Carleen. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Sanjam Sahi Gupta. I'm based in Mumbai, India. I'm second generation in the family business under the name of Seafarer Shipping Limited. And I'm also the founder of WISTA in India. I'm the founder of Maritime CEO. I've just retired from the board of the World Maritime University and recently appointed to the National Shipping Board of India. I feel very passionate about diversity and inclusion in the industry because being a woman, when I entered the industry, I saw that there was no space for me. I was hiding in a corner. So I think it's very important to have a safe space for women that is part of the mainstream industry and not just put in a corner.
Thank you, Sanjam. And now, Captain Harry Subramanian, could you share with us your background, where you are, and why this topic is of such great interest to you?
No, thanks, Carleen. Honored to be here. I'm Captain Hari Subramaniam, and I'm the chairperson of the Nautical Institute in Singapore. I also am on the main council of the NI in the UK. My rice bowl, I work for the Ship Owners P&I Club. I've been with them for 16 years. And amongst a lot of things on my role with the club is also industry engagement. And the reason I'm here today on this panel is because this is a topic that resonates, very loudly with me. I'm a son of a lovely mother. I have a lovely wife. I have a lovely daughter. And I have my dogs also contributing in the background. Apologies for that. But at the moment, I think there is a place where men have to make this space for women in the industries. It's important to give this place. And that's why I think every man has a role to play. And that's why I'm here to represent the men who are going to make that change.
Thank you. And just one question, are your dogs female as well?
Unfortunately, no. but that's just on the corner, I think.
Okay, good to know. Now, Dr. Michaela Touré, could you introduce yourself, please?
Of course, thank you. First of all, I'm very happy to be here. As I always start my conversation, I'm a daughter of an ex-seaman, so the sea is part of my life from long time. And now I'm a psychologist. I work for Italian Maritime Academy in Manila. My role is practically the psychometric assessment, so the evaluation of the seamen before to go on board. And of course, I noticed that the presence of women is not so big in the industry. And I really hope that in the future, more and more women will join this job. Of course, it's difficult, but I believe that with the right strategy, shipping industry can benefit with more women inside.
Thank you very much. And now, Caroline Juba, can you share with us what your involvement is and why you believe this is an important conversation?
Yeah, sure. I'm the CEO of the International Maritime Rescue Federation, so I bring a search and rescue perspective to this conversation. My interest in the topic and the reason why I'm passionate about it is because I think maritime search and rescue is a great industry, and I want to encourage more women to join me in this, not only across the industry, but also it's really important in leadership positions as well.
Wonderful, thank you. And last but certainly not least is Arania Sika from Wista Halas.
Hello, again, I'm very happy to participate. I started my career, I'm a captain first of all. I start my career from coastal navigation, calm waters, easy. But soon I realized that tankers offer more knowledge and challenges. So since 2008, I'm working for oil tankers. As a master, I had to adapt. I learned to lead people and manage the system. And I'm very happy having to participate in this conference because I want to say to the new people who want to follow this job that it's not easy. You need, but to give you knowledge, discipline, and strength. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what I'd like to do, based on what you just said, is have you kick off our first question, which is, what do you believe are the 3 key things that are important to succeed as a woman in the maritime industry? And obviously you have been successful.
I believe that problem solving and adaptability, industry and technical knowledge, and effective communication and leadership. This is the 3 key things that you have to adapt in your daily work.
Do you feel that those are characteristics that are different between men and women?
The maritime sector demands resilience, expertise, and strong communication skills, regardless the gender.
Mm-hmm. So it shouldn't be any more difficult or easy for a woman for those 3 elements that you mentioned.
No, I believe that a woman who is a professional, first of all, as a man, professional, they love this domain and they try their best despite their gender and their general orientation and beliefs. We have a target. Excellent. And we have a goal.
Excellent, thank you. Sanjam, what do you believe are the 3 key things that are important to succeed as a woman in this industry?
So from my experience, I go back to when I entered the industry in 2001, and I really had no network. It was only when I launched WISTA in 2012 and attended the WISTA International Conference that I saw how important it was to have a strong network. So therefore, I think networking is very important because typically, usually there's the old boys club where they go out for drinks after dinner and they network. But very often what happens, especially in India, women finish their jobs and then they have to rush home to look after the house and the children, and they completely neglect this part, which is very important. Secondly, what I felt was we have to somehow work harder to prove ourselves. So we have to be better than the others because we're often criticized in a boardroom. If you make a point, it's kind of taken critically. And when the man next to you endorses it, it's taken seriously. And finally, the most important thing, I think, is confidence, because we somehow always feel we're not good enough. We shy away from challenges. So that's why I think we need to be confident and we need to step up.
Thank you. There's a very famous woman, Simone de Beauvoir, who once said, "Women have to work twice as hard as men to prove they're as good. Fortunately, it isn't difficult." Harry, what do you think about are the three most important things to succeed as a woman?
Thank you, Colleen. And interesting points already come up. I think, and I'm not going to stereotype of what I've read in the IMO survey as well, but I think the cultural norms are something which have been put up a lot by insecure people, insecure men, I would say. And it's always been actually become tradition in such a way that the woman has to be the housewife, and I think you did say that my wife is a full-time housewife. I can see how busy she is. She makes me good. I mean, she makes me look good. If I didn't have her rock solid sitting at home and taking care of the entire clan over here, there's no way I would be able to go and do what I'm doing, breadwin. So if my woman in Maritime would predominantly be her, but unfortunately what happens is they just fade in the background over there. They are the farmers and then we tend to be the hunters. Unfortunately, cultural norms have made it that way. The other thing again would be mindset, men and women. I've been talking about the men, but I think in women also, I think it's a lot of women do not stand and take credit for what they are. And because of these cultural mindsets, and they're being browbeaten into believe that, because you're a woman, you can't take credit for it because you'll be frowned upon. I'd rather not kind of instigate or rock the cart. I think it's important that women also shout from the rooftops when they've done something equally. I think it should be irrespective of gender. That's what my belief is. I'm sure people would have differing opinions, but I'm probably at a bit of a disadvantage because I'm not a woman. So while I try to understand, I may not understand it as much as I think I've got it straight. But I think the biggest hurdle is, again, like I said in my introduction, is men. I think it's for the men who need to actually step up and step aside and, learn to respect women who are better than them, or if not as equal. This is going to take time. I know it's a huge hurdle. And when you're talking about talks, many men, I know we go for our drinks. I'm not a teetotaler, but I don't enjoy drinking. But there are a lot of topics that actually then tend to become objectivized people of the different gender. And that has to stop. And that's why I know I'm not very much liked in these groups because I generally do not encourage these topics. I would not like anyone to describe my family members who are women in the same tone. So I make sure that I don't do it. And I make sure that I do not encourage it. So I think it's all about slowly infiltrating the system. The Trojan horses go over there and try to build that change. It's how we bring up our children. My son, I'm trying my best to make sure that he's a thorough gentleman as he grows up. And he learns to respect his sister and mother to start with. And only then he would be able to be a gentleman. I learned from my dad. So I'm trying to be that dad that he has the right foundation. I've well exceeded my time. I'm sorry about that. I've lots to say.
Well, thank you, Harry, because you stated it beautifully. Caroline, what are your thoughts on this topic?
I just feel that confidence and self-belief are really important. I sometimes struggle with that. I walk into a room and especially at a conference, for example, predominantly they're men, and I've got to present. And I do think it's really, and sometimes my confidence melts away. What I'm going to say goes, and I have to compose myself and say, I have a reason to be here and I've got something to say. I was really lucky. I was mentored in a couple of years ago by another lady who was a CEO at that time. And that mentorship really helped me, and it really helped me grow my career and kind of gave me the confidence for my role now. And I'm really proud that the IMRF, my organisation, also runs now a Women in SAR mentoring scheme for across the maritime search and rescue sector. And it's really great to see other women take part in that and benefit from that. But I also think an organisational culture is really important, that if we want women to stay in the sector once they get there, it's really important that the culture around them supports that. And particularly in search and rescue, it's really important with PPE that the fit is also designed for women. And we've made massive strides in the industry recently, in particular recently, and working with manufacturers and having the kit, especially on search and rescue boats, that is designed for women. So I'm proud that we're making strides.
Well, as we say, progress, not perfection.
Exactly.
Oh, so Michaela, you did not come from this industry, but you've spent some time observing it. What are your thoughts about the three things that you feel are important for women to succeed?
Yeah, of course, a lot of things were already said during the conversation, very interesting. And let me summarize a little bit, introducing a concept that is more deeply connected with psychology. So famous psychologist Bandura, with the social theory, cognitive theory, says that we learn mostly by watching the other, experiencing the life of others. And for female inside the maritime industry, this is very difficult. So first of all, ladies must experience success. So the fact that here we have a master is very important, because the fact that someone succeed in this career is very important for the others. So this is in my opinion, will be a thing that easy will increase the attraction of women inside the maritime industry. Secondly, of course, from one survey made by a scholar in the psychological field of maritime psychology, one big concern for women at sea is what we call emotional strain, that now is becoming a problem also for men. But of course, the fact of being isolated in an isolated environment, because also for men, isolation is an important stressor. But you can imagine for women inside a so small group, sometimes only one woman at sea inside a group of men. So build resilience, emotional resilience through, for example, teaching emotional intelligence could be a strategy, in my opinion. And of course, networking is very important. And for this, WISTA is very, very, very important for women, in my opinion. And with 62 countries and more than 6,000 of person involved in, is very important because with networking, we don't feel alone. We have the opportunity to share our problems, our concern, and also seek for emotional support inside this kind of organizations. So it's a combined strategy to let women succeed in the industry.
And to your point, in the U.S. we have, and this will be helpful, Harry, we have WISTA MISTAs. So we accept men and women into WISTA in the USA. I don't know whether it's done elsewhere, but we certainly have that balance. Michaela, going back to, I want to, you touched on what are some of the key things that are important to succeed, but what about the barriers? What are three barriers for women joining the industry?
Okay, this is very well known. Of course, we have the gender stereotypes as cognitive barriers. This is the first one that is the most impactful, because of course we know very well that sometimes in our mind, think managers means think male. So even in the shore-based work, leadership positions are unfortunately male dominated. So you can imagine at sea where to reach the position of a master is very difficult. So this is of course the first biggest barrier. So gender stereotypes, that is still a big problem inside the industry. Secondly, I think that there is a social barrier because the tradition of the shipping industry emphasize competitiveness, emphasize emotional stoicism and masculine behavior. This is not a secret. Women face usually microaggression, not only harassment, but also microaggression inside the group. And this is very critical, in my opinion, and this is something that can really mine the mental health of women at sea. And of course, in my opinion, another big barrier for women is the position of deciding if we want to have a family or not. Sometimes combining family, as Captain said before, combining the career at sea with the fact that we want a family is very difficult. So these are, in my opinion, the three biggest problems in this moment for career at sea for women.
And I would submit that we're seeing that same issue come up for men as well these days. But certainly from a physical standpoint, we're still the ones giving birth.
Yeah, because we have also the biological clock that is a problem
right.
for women. So that is not a problem for men.
That's true. Arania, can you add what you feel are some barriers? These are barriers you have obviously overcome. But are there additional barriers to women joining the industry?
Please allow me to split the old time and these days. The old times, we had, of course, these kind of barriers because of the cultures, discrimination based on gender, nationality, religion, and limited opportunities for career advancement. But these days, especially through the companies, we have implemented policies and ensure the equal opportunities, regardless of gender, religion, and promoting the more inclusive and diverse industry. And I would like to add also about the efforts from technology. We know because of technology, we have a lot of automation, digital navigation, energy tools which help us during the daily work, and there's no need the muscularity to be so equivalent with our job. It's more easier now, especially with AI and all these new technologies. This is my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Sanjam, what are your thoughts?
So I think a few points have already been covered, but from my personal experience, we had two daughters, and my father, when obviously he's been in maritime, I'm also a proud daughter of a seafarer, forgot to mention that. People would look at him when he started the company, and when we were small, and they would tell him, oh, you have just two daughters, no sons. Oh, you poor man, maybe one day your daughters will grow up and they'll get married, and then you'll have somebody to take over the business. But I'm happy to say till date, that's not happened, and that's never happening. The second thing which I would like to touch upon was when I was growing up, nobody told me I could make a career at sea. And I come from a very progressive family, but I had nobody to look up to. So I think that lack of role models, that is a very important point. So, and I think the other points have kind of been covered, so I'll leave it at that.
Well, we have the lack of role models, but something that was said earlier is this gender-based approach, which is it's, in going to Arania's before and now, it used to be that girls weren't encouraged to do math, science, technology, all the STEM. I hope that's changed now, and that will translate into more people considering coming into our industry. Michaela, Caroline, what do you think?
I just think following on from the point just made, I mean, I went to a great talk about 5 years ago, and it said you can't be what you can't see. And that's run through our Women in SAR project that IMRF does. And I think it's a really important point, that it's really important that we have role models in the industry and it's visible, but it's also it's a duty, I feel, for women in the industry now to tell their story. And so we regularly share stories across the whole SAR ecosystem on our platforms of women enjoying their careers in search and rescue and talking about how they got into it. And as I said, I think lots of other points they've been covered, but for me, that is the main point. You can't be what you can't see.
Well, many years ago, I ran a maritime education and recruitment conference in the United States, and a well-known congressman, Elijah Cummings, who had founded a maritime high school in Baltimore, he addressed the entire plenary and he said, if they can't see it, they can't dream it. And it applies across our industry, which is invisible in many nations, despite our dependency on maritime. But it's also even more prevalent, as you point out, that the lack of women in the industry, so you don't see a female captain like Aurania and others. So we have to amplify the physical representation of these women so that their impact can be greater felt. Harry, I left you for last intentionally. So what, from your perspective, and what do you think are the 3 barriers to women joining?
Yeah, again, I think it goes with my introduction, and I keep saying that I think women need to believe. I mean, we do have some alpha women, like these very powerful women on this call, but then that does not represent the majority, because even in Southeast Asia and from India also, where society keeps daunting and browbeating everybody, I think a vast majority of the ladies just like to slip under the radar and say, you know what, let me just get on with this. I'm doing a job. I don't want the limelight. Let me get on with this. Let me go back to my children. I don't want to take calls late in the night. And unfortunately, I don't think that's fair, first of all, because of we're talking of gender equality. And just because ladies, unfortunately, are burdened, I would say, in a very distinct way. But I think it's a privilege because only God can give life. And that's where I hold women. But unfortunately, in the society norms, they are left with, giving birth, bearing the child, and then the longer maternity. And the guys, me included, just say, bye, I'm going to work. I hope everything's okay. I'm giving you the resources. I'm sure you'll manage. And there I am whole day hoping she doesn't call me and saying like, I can't handle the situation. Can you come home? No news is good news. And as much as we try to live up to there, we are still men. We still have that mindset. And I have that at home. And I have to make an extra effort to realize what my wife goes through, actually not being part of the corporate world. Very often she does come back and say, do you not respect me because I'm not one of these alpha women you work with? And in the insurance field in Singapore, it's actually, the monopoly is ladies. Even in my office at the club, I think we've got about 40 ladies and about 10 men. And they're all alpha women. Our claims team, our underwriters, and I see a lot of transition there. But then I have to make sure that she does not feel any lesser, because I'm sure what she does in holding this family together, I'm not so sure everybody who's actually serving a job in the office may come and do as well as her. So that's my take on this. I think there are different roles. And I think a lot of people contribute, like our ecosystem, to make sure everybody's successful. But some are not exactly in the forefront. They're just very hard workers. And a majority of the ladies prefer to just slip over there.
Well, I'm going to share with you my personal feeling about that statement is that, and this also taps into what Sanjam said earlier, women coming forward makes you a target. And you can respond in a couple of ways, but oftentimes becoming the target because you have challenged the status quo or the male perspective, and you become the target. And I've learned, at least for me, that going back at that individual in a targeted fashion isn't effective, because you will get blocked. Your efforts
Yes.
will get blocked, your ideas, your perspective will get blocked. So what I've learned how to do, and it's not quite a blonde thing, but what I've learned how to do is to frame the conversation so that the other person doesn't feel threatened, but rather begins to understand my perspective without feeling that that makes them less than. Because a lot of people are concerned about being less than. So, but oftentimes I'm perfectly happy to stick my neck out and become that target, but it's how I handle the successive response that determines my success or failure. Just
If
one of
I
my
may, and
tips.
I know Sanjam's got a hand up, and apologies, Sanjam, I've just got one more thing to say. But I've also come across situations where sometimes women are not, what may I say, they are more detrimental for other women to come up. So they've reached that power of status power. They've reached where they have to be, and they think that they own that space. And then I've seen that very often, that they are not as supportive or kind to other ladies coming up. They prefer enjoying that space to themselves. Working with so many different ladies in my organization and my industry, I've seen that. And I think that's also something which, like you said, the mentorship of women to women also should be very, very strong, that they don't see other women as threat to their own status.
Yeah. I will, before I let Sandra have her say, I graduated from a college in the United States called Wellesley College. And it was an all-women's college, still is. One of its graduates is Madeleine Albright. And she once said, there's a special place in hell for women who don't support other women. Take it away,
Wow.
Sanjam.
Wow.
So quickly, I'll just add, I know we are running short of time. As Hari said, that his life really runs like clockwork because of the woman in his life, his wife. I'd like to say the same thing applies for me. The men in my life make it so much easier by encouraging me. Of course, the women too, but the more important point is my dad, my husband, my soon-to-be 18-year-old son. So they can be supportive as well. So it can be the other way around. My husband is always in the background. He's a kind of a shy person, and he loves seeing me right out there. And the second thing that I would like to say about what Hari said again about women not supporting other women. I recently had an incident, and I was completely shocked. And it happens that women feel that they've gone through a difficult time, so why should other women have it easy? And it's a terrible thing, but it still happens, and we need to change that. So we need to make sure that the road is much easier for women who come after us. We need to make sure that they know that we are going to welcome them.
Yes, and as I said, there's a special place in hell for those women. It's just remarkable to me, because even when I first got into my career in advertising, back just a couple of years ago, there was a woman who had reached the pinnacle of the advertising world, and she was very much like that. She did not want other women to succeed because it had been tough for her. She wasn't going to make it easy for someone else. And that is wrong. That is just plain wrong, especially in an industry like ours, where I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm concerned about our ability to recruit mariners into our industry. The ITF says we need 96,000 by next year. And where are they going to come from? I don't know. Much less where are we going to find. We're ignoring 50% of the talent pool by not actively recruiting women as well. So what do you think makes increasing female representation among seafarers such a uniquely difficult challenge? Arania, what do you think?
Increasing female representation among seafarers, it's a significant challenge due to various factors. Traditional seafaring was considered as a male-dominated profession, but many maritime companies now recognize the importance of inclusivity and have introduced policies to support all seafarers, regardless of their gender. These initiatives aim to establish a more equitable work environment where every crew member has equal access to career, growth, and professional development opportunities. Companies have taken steps to support inclusivity through education, recruitment efforts, and policy reforms, ensuring that career advancement is based on individual skills, experience, and dedication rather than the gender. These changes not only empower individual seafarers, but also strengthening the industry by promoting meritocracy and a more diverse workforce.
Greenie, I'm going to ask you another question. Why did you join this industry?
At that time, long years ago, I wanted to communicate with other people with from different nationalities and express the way which expand the way which I was thinking. To have an opinion about geopolitical, about the culture, about how they live, these people. If they struggle same like I struggle, like Greece, they are in the other side of the world. But I feel unless they have the same issues, the same problems everywhere. So for this reason, I want the adventure to be open-minded. And I never regret it. And I will never regret that.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Michaela, what do you think? What makes getting more women into this industry uniquely difficult or a challenge?
Okay, so let me share my experience. I forgot to mention that I'm doing a PhD program with Italian university to create a psychometric assessment dedicated to the crew. So I did an extensive literature review about seafaring profession in general. And what I noticed that, first of all, this profession is very difficult for everyone, not only for women. For men and women, because the fact that someone define the ship as a total institution, that is a sociological concept, that means that in the ship we recreate a sort of society itself, separated from the normal life in the land. And it's very difficult to introduce women in this organization, in this structure of society, in this very hard hierarchy. So I know that now women easy are starting to work in this at sea, but from my experience as a consultant also, I noticed that still there are harassment, there are bullying, there are a lot of old problems in general, maybe not in all the companies, but this is, in my opinion, the biggest difficulty. I mean, let men learn how to let women be part of this industry, really part of this industry.
Interesting, thank you. Harry, what are your reflections on this?
I think I ring quite strongly with what the ladies have already said. Yeah, I don't think I have much more to contribute than what they've said on this, actually.
Okay, Caroline,
but
let's
if
bail
I
Harry
may
out.
Yeah, just one more. I mean, I think the main thing is, again, I was in Abu Dhabi a month ago, and I'd gone with another common colleague. I think a lot of you all know Akanksha Baturappa as well. and she's a very close friend of mine, like a younger sister. And we had gone to Dubai for the Maritime Week, and we also happened to pop into the Maritime Academy, and we saw a Jordanian lady master mariner, and there she was, in her uniform with the stripes and all, and I was like, wow. And we were having this chat, and there were also a few other instructors, some males as well, master mariners, and then the discussion went into. Unfortunately, it took a turn for slightly in the wrong direction, like we went, and then the questions were raised was, how would she go down to the chain locker in the ship and do work over there? It's not a woman's job. And I said, I've never known that you actually need a gender-based key to actually go down to the chain locker. Anyone could go there, and I think she looks fitter than you. She could probably outrun you right now, Captain. So I wouldn't. I had to kind of maneuver that, but I think again it's mindset. A lot of people like to make out that a job at sea is excruciatingly difficult, and that it requires a certain amount of power and machoism to do it. It's not. It's really not. You have AI to do a lot of work for you in the mental field, and you have a lot of tools which are automated that you don't really have to go and kind of become a lumberjack. So it's not gender based and strength based. It's all about resilience, and I think that is something where every woman could stand aside a man, if not further.
Well, I'm looking forward to the day when you see many women in captain's uniforms and you don't say, wow, you say, oh, we're good at this. We're used to it.
I was
Caroline.
absolutely impressed. I would be the one who claps the loudest.
Okay. Caroline.
I guess one point I would just like to throw in, I don't think this is applicable, I think it's applicable to men and women, is in our industry, it's work-life balance. Sometimes you work in an RCC and you're working 12-hour shifts. They could be at night, or you could be on a shift pattern that's just days, for example, but for 12 hours. And I think if you've got any caring responsibilities, whether that's children or parents, for example, you do need to have flexible rosters. And also, I think I don't think it's just unique to women now taking maternity leave. Men can take, parental leave, as it's called in the UK, and it's quite common now. People take career breaks or sabbaticals. So I think it's having a flexible career path now, where most of us have non-linear careers, for example, and then making re-entry pathways. And it's easy if people take time out to re-enter, either at their current level, and then if they want to aspire to a leadership level, for example, they're not penalized for taking time out for whatever that is, whether it's a career break, maternity leave, or parental leave, because I think that's a really good way of keeping talent, whether they're men or women, irrespective of their gender. So I think they're the contributions I'd like to add to that.
I do know that a major oil company's tanker fleet in the U.S., their crew are starting to say they only want 1 month contracts. They don't want 3 months, not 6 months, but they only want to be away 1 month. So that's going to make recruitment a little bit difficult. Sanjam, why do you think bringing more women into this industry is uniquely difficult?
So I think it's obviously the stereotype women are not accepted. And as the point was already mentioned, work-life balance. For women at sea, I'll give the example of Captain Radhika Menon, who everybody knows. So her son is all grown up. She's back at sea. So the same applies for men, can apply to women. Men also don't like to sail when there's a family. So I don't see why women are talked about when they leave sea for starting a family. And for women working on shore, I would take my baby with me to work. And it became the new normal. That Sanjam has a baby who comes with her to work, and you will probably hear him in the background. And I try to make it a new normal. And after me, a couple of women did that too. So just have to lead by example.
There you go. Thank you. Sanjam, as the founder and CEO of Maritime, you've been doing a marvelous job for years with this, bringing women together, amplifying the voice of women in our industry and the respect for women in their industry. But are you satisfied with the progress being made so far towards more diversity? What do you think is working, and what do we need to do better?
So I will be going on Friday to an event which has been publicized with all men VIPs attending the event. There's not a single woman on the list. So that obviously goes to say that we have a long way to go. I'm not saying progress is not made. I was at North Shipping last week. I could see a lot more women. There are a lot of women now, but we definitely have a long way to go. I am the only woman on the National Shipping Board. And I think we should stop being the only women everywhere. We need to have more women. It should not be like a reservation that, okay, they're going to have one woman here, just the token women. I think they need to have much more women, and it should be accepted that women bring in different skill sets. And it's not like women are going to come in and take jobs from men, where basically there's a business case for having more women in the industry. And we did a study on it in India, and it was very positive.
Well, I certainly hope that we see that women are better represented than being the only. Or in Norway, there was a national legislation that 40% of publicly traded boards had to be women. I would like to see it happen organically rather than mandated by legislation. Caroline, are you satisfied with the progress that's been made?
I mean, in the maritime site industry, I think we're definitely seeing progress, and you can see the role of women evolving and the jobs that they do. They've definitely evolved a lot over the past kind of 30, 40 years, and they continue to evolve. So, but I mean, with anything, there's much more we can do. I still go to conferences, and sometimes I am the only female speaker. Although we've just had our G6 conference in Sweden, and I was really proud of the fact that we managed throughout the 2 days to consistently have women speaking across a whole variety of topics. And I was really proud of that, and I felt, it was quite a gender balanced conference. So I think my industry is definitely making huge strides, but yes, there's always more we can do.
Yeah, there's a company, Cargill. I think you're all familiar with the grain company, Cargill, and they have a company policy that nobody from Cargill can speak at a conference unless there's gender diversity on that panel. So, and that's something that I've always held out as a goal, all the events that I run, trying to make sure that we have representation in all of our panels. And sometimes it's not possible, and that's a tragedy. That's a shame. Harry, I'm sure you've got some thoughts on this topic with a wife, a daughter, a mother. Are you satisfied with the progress being made towards diversity? Harry?
Sorry, guilty as charged. Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. To answer the question directly and bluntly, am I satisfied with the progress being made? No, we are still at the tip of the iceberg. Are we satisfied with the wheels in motion? This thing, because I see it from a slightly different point of view, but I do think there are inroads being made. But it's too slow. It's really, I think these things should be like, it shouldn't be legislated. I find it degrading to think that there should be at least one woman on a panel. I mean, seriously, that should not be the norm. It should be on meritocracy. It should be irrespective of gender. It should be automatically done. There shouldn't even be a question of having to mandate that. I find that insulting, if you ask me. Sorry.
So do we.
Yeah, and I really think wherever we have our conferences, I make sure that I try my best to have at least 50% of ladies, because we've got enough of expertise in the industry to represent women. I work very closely with Vista here. I'm very close friends with them. And yes, Mr. Vista, I think I have also been proposed. My name has been mooted locally here to become one of the Mr. Vistas, and I'll be very proud. Even with WIMA, I think they had the inaugural Indonesian Maritime Week about a fortnight ago. And I was invited by WIMA to actually sit on a panel and pretty much speak on the same thing. And then that's when I realized how passionate I am about this, how much this means to me actually. But there's so much more to be done. And I'm looking forward to engage more with the industry. So if you ever need a hitman, and I'm saying hit man, please do look for me. Please do look for me. Or should I say hit person now before I get sanctioned? But if you need a hit man, I'm your person. Please do look for me. I'll be very happy to shout from any rooftop.
Okay, thank you, but we make sure it's not a criminal act.
Darling, can I make a point?
Yeah.
Okay, so most of these so-called award functions that take place in maritime, if you see that most of them have a category that says Women Professional of the Year, Woman of the Year, all the other categories are won by men, but the women are put in this one category. And when I have seen that when women submit themselves for the general category, for the neutral ones, they're always told, why aren't you applying for the women category? You have a better chance of winning there. So why are we segregating women like that? And it's very frustrating when I see that happen. So things need to change.
I agree. Aurania, what do you think?
I would like to share with you my experience. When I start in academy, we have around 5 schools academies in Greece, and only one of them they accept women, and we were at that time 20, and the man was 1,400 in that school. But recently I participated in one event in order to show to the new people what they can do after the school and how they can collect their practice and how they have to react and all of this. And I noticed many more women, approximate on the half men, half woman, and I was very happy to see that. Of course, we have a long way to go, but we improve day to day. We became better.
Thank you. Michaela.
Yeah, of course, I agree. I'm not satisfied too, because yes, we are starting to have also in my academy, we have a lot of women in the cadetship program, but career C still remain very difficult to be sustainable in the long term. So what can be done is to really create, I know that the culture, the maritime culture is deeply male dominated, and this is not a criticism. It was like that for centuries. So cultural change need time, of course, need time to adjust, but need also interventions. Company, in my opinion, should first of all create a policy of psychological safety on board. So a sort of wire between women at sea and the office, a sort of support in case of harassment, in case of bullying, and to try to be supportive with one at sea. And of course, once again, we need mentorship, sponsorship. We need to create a sort of system that encourage women to enter in the shipping industry and to remain in the shipping industry in the long term.
Michaela, thank you for that. And following up on that, with safety concerns being a deterrent for many women, what measures should be taken and implemented to create safer environments? You referenced a couple, but how can this be institutionalized and become part of the culture of the ship, the company, and the industry?
You know, what I noticed in the last period, I repeat, I'm also a psychologist there in EMA, and so I usually, I'm the one who the crew call in case of problems at sea. And in my opinion, a lot of statistics say that harassment and bullying is decreased. But what I experienced in the last period is not like that. I mean, women are still often treated not fairly by men, but also in especially mixed crew, some group of crew nationalities are still valued by other nationalities. So we have to promote a culture of inclusiveness, and this should pass through still training, in my opinion. But training maybe develop something very engaging for the new generations, experiencing diversity, experiencing the beauty of what diverse people can give to the group. It's difficult, I repeat, cultural change take time and take a supportive system from the companies, policy, also law that punish who commit this kind of crime at sea because they are crime, and a no blame culture, because sometimes, like in the ashore situations, sometimes it's difficult to rise up, and when we speak up something, we are not believed, and this should be absolutely avoided, in my opinion. So psychological safety is the first requirement.
Thank you for that, and I agree with you. Harry, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, psychological safety is such a vast topic, and I think I had that on the top of my mind, but I think she's taken my point as well. So I'm going to regurgitate for some time and think. I've written some notes over here, but I'm happy to pass at the moment.
Okay, Aurania.
I would like to add that we have not to wait the last moment. We must follow psychological checks before the man, woman go on board, in order to have to know what happened with this person who is sent on board, and to have a support of persons who maybe have some struggle. And this access to support make the mind stronger, and it's safer for the crew. And mental health care boosts the morale and prevents burnout. And I would like to add also, despite the training and the policies, that it's good to have regular safety audits from the CEO of the company, from the senior officers of the company, to check the condition on board and ensure that the safety culture works on ship. And of course, to have a zero tolerance culture. We don't accept the harassment. We don't accept the abuse, even for the man, even for the woman.
Thank you, Aurania. Sanjam?
So very happy to say that after years of lobbying, the government of India a few years back introduced a mandatory gender sensitization module for everyone going to sea. While it's just the starting point, I think it's very important for everybody to stand up. So we have to empower the bystanders. A few years ago, one of my mentees, she was sexually harassed on the vessel. And that was an eye-opener for me. And from that onwards, I said, not on my watch. And this is what I tell everybody at forums. We all have to say, not on our watch. And we have to speak up when we see something happening unfairly to others, because very often the victims are too traumatized to speak up.
Agreed. And oftentimes, if the other members of that ecosystem, whether it's on a ship or in an office, if they don't say anything, if they don't try to stop it, they are complicit in that action as well. Caroline.
Right. I think just following on from that, I think it's if people speak up, it's really important that they feel they'll be believed. And I think just bringing certain strands of the conversation together that we've had on this question, I think it's having psychological safety. So people, whether they're man or a woman, because men can experience harassment as well. It's not just a female, that they will feel that they have that kind of confidence that they can speak about it. And then if people do speak about it, that they will be heard. I think that's really important. That there's no point someone feeling, oh, there is the psychological safety exists, I can speak up about it, but then they're not believed. So I think it has to go hand in hand. So sometimes it is having those policies and procedures in place that if people do speak up, they are heard, they're believed, and then it is the necessary, whatever the organization policy and procedure is for that it's actually followed through. It's not just swept under the carpet.
Thank you. We're almost out of time, but I'm going to ask for a lightning round. One of the barriers about attracting women or men into this industry is a lack of awareness about the industry. So, lightning round, what needs to change to raise the industry's profile and attract future talent? Sandra.
Okay, so we need to make our industry more cool, as they may say, for the next generation. You know, we have to highlight the amazing things, the adventurous life that they can have, the number of people that they're going to meet, and of course, the important role they play in world trade. So I think we need to focus on that. We need to get out there through all the social media platforms, and we need to reach out to the young people and tell them, hey, this is something that I can do, and it's really cool.
And I agree with you about the social media platforms. 20 years ago, the Roundtable, which is International Chamber Shipping, Intertanko, Intercargo, and BIMCO pooled their money. They had a $250,000 media spend. They put one ad in the Wall Street Journal, one ad in the Financial Times, and probably a couple of other publications, and said, we did it. That's not how you convince people. It's got to be repeated. And social media is actually cost effective. So great suggestion. Thank you. Harry, what would you do to raise the profile and attract people to it?
I think the main thing is shipping needs to be glorified. We only make the news when there's a catastrophe. I only get approached when there's something going wrong, and then, it's kind of, it's doing the rounds. But that's not the case in all the other industries. I think it should, for a start, with the support of our media partners and us as all ambassadors with loud voices and good social media presence. We need to start glorifying shipping and bust that myth that the ecosystem of shipping is only for captains with those big stripes, etc. That's a wide chasm. So a lot of the youngsters feel a little bit daunted to come and sit in the same presence. But I think we need to bridge that gap, make them feel included as well, and say, you know what, it's not too far out of your reach. It's you're very much on the right track, and bring them. That's mentoring. You don't have to have it so formally, but just give them that space that they can share with you, and it has to be something which is a friendly approach, and they're not exactly scared of you anymore.
Well, that, and one of the things too is making that connection to their day-to-day lives, expressing to them and explaining to them that that dress you're wearing came by a ship, that banana you're eating came by a ship, the gas you're using in your vehicle came by ship. And we have to make that connection to their day-to-day lives to get their attention. Michaela.
Yes, let me add that I don't remember when, but the Vice Secretary of IMO defined seafarers as the unsung hero of an unsung industry. And this is the description, in my opinion, of seafaring profession. And this was also my case when my father was a seaman. And when other people heard that my father was a seaman, they started to ask me, but in cruise ship? No, so it's the reality that this industry should renew the way they communicate the opportunities that we have inside the shipping industry, not only at sea, but also in shore-based work. And of course, story of success at sea could be something that motivate others. We know that nowadays Gen Z is more prone to do something that is, as Sanjan said, cool, no? Attractive, something that they can share on social media. So sharing, let others know how can be interesting do this life could be very important, and this is completely absent in the normal channel of communication. This is, in my opinion, the key for more people inside the industry and more women, of course.
I don't know if we've done this, but maybe we get some mariners themselves to start doing reels and putting them on Instagram and really, as you said, making it cool.
Yeah.
What do you think, Caroline?
I think coming from the perspective of maritime search and rescue, I mean, our industry is very mission driven. So regardless of where you are in the search and rescue ecosystem, whether you're a supplier to the sector supplying equipment, whether you work in an RCC or you're at the front end and on a rescue boat, and we're all, our purpose wherever we sit is to save lives at sea. And I think the younger generation, they do on the whole tend to be kind of quite mission driven, value driven. And I think if we as an industry can communicate that you're contributing something that is effectively saving someone's life, that is bigger than the job itself, I think that's a very strong message that resonates.
And we need a Netflix series on that. Oriana.
I totally agree. But because we have also changed the mentality for the young people and also from their families and from their background, I believe that we need also to keep with educational programs to promote the seaman's life and the seaman's career, and promoting the pathways, and emphasizing innovation, because these days all new technologies coming on board and you must know them.
Well, and speaking of innovation, maybe soon our industry will look like a video game.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what it's needed.
A video game with not game over and start from the beginning, a vital one.
There you
must
go.
be careful.
Or you get rewarded in lives helped. So we shall see. Well, I just want to thank all of you for taking the time and the preparation to come together today for this event on Women in Maritime as part of the Crew Welfare Week. And I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you better in one form or another, but I want to urge all of us, let's not have this conversation end now. Let's continue the conversation in our offices, on our ships, in our boardrooms, in our social circles. Let's be proud to say, I'm part of the shipping industry. And for most of us, sorry, Harry, proud to say we're a woman in shipping.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you to Safety for Sea to really believing this is such an important topic to showcase.
I started not really dreaming of becoming a seafarer myself. I wanted to become a journalist, but my parents told me, try going to the seafaring world. There's more money. So just like with many of the other seafarers, I also ventured to the sea for the hope of advancing my family's life. So there, that actually drew me into the sea. But after several contracts, I grew to love the industry already. It's because of the crew members that I was able to sail with. It was the thrill, they say, the thrill of going to the places that you've not been into. So those are the things that are drawing me back to the sea. And until now, even though I'm starting with some shore-based jobs, I feel like there's still salt in my blood that I wanted to go back to sea. The sea is calling me, I should say. So this one I will group as well according to the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So first one on the physiological needs, there should be habitable accommodation. So when we say habitable accommodation, it includes nutritious and sufficient food for the crew members, for the seafarers, provision for recreation like gyms, and of course, internet connectivity is big nowadays. So the second one will be under safety. So with safety comes with the safety of job, I should say, a stable career progression and job security. And lastly, the third most important factor aligning it with the Maslow's hierarchy of needs is belonging. So having supportive crew members on board ships is actually beneficial in enhancing the crew happiness on board. I think it's not so much as to change than to add something. Our changing world presents both challenges and opportunities that need collective action. The IMO this year for the World Maritime Day has its banner as Our Ocean, Our Opportunities, Our Obligation. So as we navigate towards a more sustainable ocean economy, it is essential that safety is built into how we approach this transition. To effectively move towards a decarbonized and nature-positive future, key stakeholders in the ocean industries need to work together to apply risk and safety lens in their decision-making. Collective action requires commitment from a wide group of stakeholders who are relevant to driving change in the local context. Private sectors, for instance, SMEs or small medium enterprises, finance institutions, as well as government bodies, NGOs, and academias, can together identify issues and encourage action aligned with local needs and evidenced through robust and credible data and insight. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is we need to put safety at the heart of sustainability as well. I think the best advice that I would give to my younger self if I'm still in your shoes now is make connections not only within the within your circle right now. Expand. So for instance, maybe you're interested in journalism like I am. Maybe you're interested in sports because sooner or later those passions that you have, it will converge. Maybe and also so of course when you go on board already, try to mingle with your senior officers. They will be your mentors along the way. As I wanted to say before, the maritime industry is small, is big, but it's also small enough that we will always be seeing each other in the futures. So yeah, those are some of my key tips for you guys. So now I'm putting my hat as the founder of the Youth in Maritime organization. So we appreciate the effort to increase the transparency in reporting harassment, bullying, and abuse, including gender-based violence, of course. We align ourselves with the ambition of the IMO in promoting a culture of respect and zero tolerance for bullying and harassment at sea, and even beyond. We acknowledge how these issues impact career prospects of aspiring maritime professionals. We encourage a wider, systemic, multi-stakeholder approach to address these challenges and perhaps develop tailored policies, learning interventions, and open reporting schemes. We, in the Office of the Youth in Maritime, fully commits that transparency and accountability is essential to attracting and retaining the new generation in the industry. After all, as you can see down, you cannot spell maritime without the letters ME. So you need our generation to help steer the maritime industry forward. Thank you very much, and happy Day of the Seafarers.
Viewers and friends, after 3 successful days, it's time to wrap up as the event has reached its conclusion. A heartfelt thank you to everyone who joined us this week. And once again, congratulations to the winners and the shortlisting nominees for the 2025 Crew Welfare Awards. Your recognition is truly well-deserved. This has been a large-scale event welcoming over 50 maritime stakeholders from organizations and countries around the world. We are deeply grateful to all our team members involved in the planning, producing, and delivering such a large-scale event, as well as our speakers, panelists, sponsors, and supporters. We would like to thank them very much. Without them, we couldn't have such a great event. We would also like to express our sincere appreciation to the nearly 2 million seafarers of the ocean-going commercial fleet, serving worldwide aboard ships and keep global trade moving. The message from this event is loud and clear. Crew welfare is not a luxury, it's a necessity. When seafarers feel valued and supported, they become the cornerstone of operational excellence and safety at sea. As we work toward a more sustainable future, it is crucial that this transition is fair and inclusive for all seafarers, with a continued focus on improving onboard living and working conditions. We would like to thank you all for tuning with us. Trust you enjoyed the sessions, the discussions, and the presentations, as we are having a common goal, striving for a safer, smarter, and more energy-efficient industry. In other words, striving towards sustainable shipping. We look forward to welcoming you in one of our future events, as we always say, the next one being the 5th Safety for Sea London Forum this September in London. And as always, stay tuned at safetyforsea.com for updates on future events and the latest news in shipping, safety, and crew welfare. Thank you very much.